All right, it looks like we are going live. Tell me when it is available.
All right. I'm going to do a quick old refresh.
And
We are
I
live.
actually clicked go live this time. We had a problem with that last time we did this. So I learned from my mistakes. So hello everybody here. Welcome. And it is great to be back since the last time that we did this. And we have a new group of people coming around to join us for all the great questions that got sent in to us. We're going to start off by introducing me because I'm the host. I am BluechanXD. I'm a writer over there on r/ASMR Script Haven. You might have seen me writing a lot of villain scripts, sometimes things that are not villain scripts. But if you have watched any of our VAs on our panel here, like for instance Miss Flusterbunny, you might have seen my work through the Villain Gives You Your First Kiss script. Great, by the way. I actually really loved your work on that. But,
Oh, damn. Thank you.
And if you have watched Fuyuki's channel, you might have recognized me from the other villain script, because he changed the title, I remember. It was the Rejected Villain script that I did, but he did that also. Incredible work. And I think that is a good segue into talking about Fuyuki. I'm going to be going down in order of, or alphabetical order in introductions. So, Fuyuki, tell us a little bit about yourself and how awesome you are.
Yeah, definitely. So nice to meet you, everybody. My name is Fuyuki, as you heard. I've been doing voice acting and ASMR videos for about 2 years now, give or take. Initially, I started my channel by just doing poetry. I believe I got started mainly because when I was playing a video game, people would constantly tell me, "Oh, you should read me a bedtime story." And I kind of got fed up with it. I'm like, all right, you know what? I will actually start reading stories to people. And, one thing led to another, and I ended up doing what I do now. And I absolutely really enjoy it.
Well, I am glad to hear that. We are very happy to have you in the community. And
Thank you very much.
next up is someone we actually had requests to bring on for this panel the last time that we were here. So, Esme, tell us about yourself.
Okay, well, hello. I'm ItsEsmeJones. I have been writing for over 20 years now and kind of a little bit of everything. Was a journalist and decided, it wasn't really for me at the end of the day. Kind of happened to stumble upon this community by pure accident and said, you know what? Maybe I will write a Mafia script. And then Daisy happened, and yeah, the rest is history, I guess. But thank you for having me on board. It's lovely to be here.
Yes, very happy to have you here. Especially again, like I said, we got a lot of people asking to bring you on.
Hi, people that wanted me here.
All hell, Esme.
Yes, very much so. Next up, we have our both writer and VA combined, so our double threat person here. Leica, tell us about yourself.
I am not a threat. That's
Are you sure about that?
Definitely. I'm just in awe of everyone in this community. Like Esme, I've been writing for a very, very long time. Although just for about a year or so, for scripts. And I've been voice acting even less. I'm baby. Please be kind to me.
We will, but we expect you to answer all the questions.
I'll do it.
Actually, because again, since you are both a writer and a VA, you'll be allowed to answer any of the questions. If you don't want to, it's perfectly fine if it doesn't fit you, but we'll see how it goes.
I'll do my best. Thank you for having me on.
Yes, very much so. Next up is our other VA, Miss Flusterbunny. Tell us about yourself.
Oh God. Hi, my name's Miss Flusterbunny. I have been doing voice acting for less than a year, which is bizarre to think about. But I got started when a friend of mine kind of bullied me into giving it a shot. And then people watched the video, and then I was like, oh crap. this is like a thing that I can do now. So then I kept doing it, and now I'm like, oh no, like this could be like a thing, like a job, and it could be a lot of fun. So yeah, that's me.
Great to have you here. And last but certainly not least, our other writer, Timeraft. Tell us about yourself.
I'm Timeraft. I've been writing these things for maybe a little over a year. Before that, I've written like all kinds of stuff. I used to be a ghostwriter for a while, but I try to write for like 20 minutes a day, and I found that this platform works really well for me. So I've been doing that.
Well, it is great to have you all here. I'm excited to ask you all these great questions that our community have graciously sent us in. Just for a little bit of context, since I was initially on the panel the last time, I might not be answering every question directed at, I guess, me, since I'm specifically a writer. But I'll try to answer several. I do want to do a lot of the writer-focused questions. I might skip out on some that I answered before in the last panel, but we'll see how we get there. Also, for context, we had a very interesting thing happen where a lot of you people who sent in questions really wanted answers from VAs, but not so much the writers. So last minute we got Not+0 to send in some more questions specifically directed at writers. So it's going to be structured a little bit strangely where you'll see Not just kind of mysteriously appear between a bunch of other people's questions, just so that we kind of have an equal amount of VA and writer questions. So hopefully that doesn't get a little too jarring, but we'll see how that goes. And also we have a randomizer here that we will use to see who's going to be answering questions first. So let's start off with our first question. It is going to be from Scared As. For our VAs, what type of computer specs do you recommend for all editing stuff? And our first person to talk is Bun.
Oh no, I am the worst person to ask about this. Not my computer. I am actually working on getting a setup kind of budgeted out. So somebody who has a better computer than I do should answer this question instead of me, because I'm not the right person.
I could probably answer it from an IT side of things, but I'm not really a VA. I pretended to be.
We can add you after this.
Well, I could go ahead and answer.
Luckily for Yuki, you are next if you would like to answer.
I think I probably have the most extreme case in which I did not want to fall behind on specs, but that's also because I do a lot of video gaming. So really, the specs are going to be determined by what programs are you using, right? You have to consider what programs have pre-requirements in terms of RAM. If you need to have any GPUs for encoding, if you're, editing videos yourself. So for example, if you're using Premiere, I would usually feel comfortable recommending like 16 gigs of RAM. That is, if you're going to be doing your own editing and so forth. If you're also recording your own audio, that should be plenty enough. 32 on the more extreme side, but if you're really pushing it like I am, you go for 64 gigs of RAM. In terms of graphical processing units, GPUs, I mean, honestly, you could get away with any 20 series card. You really don't need to spend that much money in order to get good performance, especially for editing, because a lot of the video edits that we do, in my case, is not very extreme, and so you really don't need to have the most high-end stuff to be able to create the most spectacular edits in the world, right? So really what you should be considering is, number one, what programs are you using? And number two, to what extent are you going to be going about editing these videos, and what do you know are your capabilities with editing? If you know you're a great editor and you've got a background in it, go for 32 gigs of RAM. Get a good graphics card. If you're new to it all and you don't have that much money, 16 gigs of RAM, a very basic graphics card will do. and really look up the minimum requirements for whatever programs you plan on using.
All right, thank you for that very thorough answer. We'll move on to Leica, and then we can ask you, Esme. But yeah, Leica, if you have anything.
Oh gosh. Kind of same as with Bun. Not my computer. I I do everything from a laptop it's only very recently started to behave. And I know about as much about specs as I do about quantum physics. So, please don't consider my answer helpful at all. I do find like minimum requirements are oh gosh, I'm talking. Oh gosh, help me. Someone save me.
Let's see, how about Esme? You can have Esme answer.
Sure. So realistically, Fuyuki is 100% correct. The only other thing I tend to keep in mind is the like processor itself. You know, you get like mid AMD or mid Intels that are like i5s or below. You might find yourself a little bit throttled, which can make the editing process a lot more janky and just kind of not fun. I personally load up on 32 gigabytes myself, but I build my own PCs, so I'm kind of a freak in that regard and everything, but he is right. You more than likely can get away with something between like 16 to 32. 16 gets capped out pretty easily these days because programs are taking up a lot more room, but yeah, no, just generally keep the processor, the RAM, and the GPU in mind, as well as a good hard drive. You don't really want like an HDD, you want an SSD or an NVMe, so it's faster. That's really the only thing that I can add on, though.
Very nice save, though. I guess, like, if you have anything else, or would you rather we move on to the next question? Or I guess we're moving on. Let me see. Let me get our randomizer again. Move on to, and then here we're gonna start seeing not show up. Don't be alarmed by it. So, question for our writers. Do you have any advice for script writers looking to create branching storylines and multiple endings? Again, back to Esme.
Back to me, fun. So, any kind of branching story kind of needs to have its own internal logic, so people can kind of see why they might choose one path over another. You know, if it's like a love triangle thing, you kind of have to consider, well, what would it look like if they, the listener had a future with this person versus what would it look like if they had a future with this person? Is there a third option where they're just like, screw you, I'm just gonna go get in my pajamas and hang out with my, cat? Absolutely. But it has to make some kind of sense, realistically. It's basically just like, okay, let's take these two stories, kind of coalesce them together, and figure out where the logic flow is. The hardest part is not being biased about your own endings. As writers, we often have an ending in mind, or we have a character that we prefer. Maybe we're sitting here like, no, I want Rosaria to end up with Chad because I like Chad. Right? You can't do that in this kind of thing. You have to give it weight on both sides that evens out to make the decision a little bit more difficult, or just more grounded and realistic. You don't want your, listeners or readers to feel cheated if they pick one over the other, Hopefully that makes some sense.
All right. Leica, do you have anything to add?
That was the most eloquent answer. Damn. I got nothing to add. I definitely agree with remaining unbiased towards your characters, though, making sure each ending has the same weight. But Esme God, thank you.
Love you too,
I guess I'll answer this, especially, like I said, I'm going to try to answer some of the writer questions, especially the ones from Not, because these were some that I wanted to answer. again, basically what Esme said, very similar. I would like to add, I guess, more maybe from not so much just the narrative standpoint, but also the amount that you write for each character. I know it can be a little bit challenging, but I try to make sure that when I do have like a multiple ending thing going on with my characters, I will try to make sure that the amount of lines that they get are about on par with each other. Just so that it's not obvious that, you know, you have a bias toward one character over the other. But yeah, basically kind of the same thing. Timeraft, do you have anything to add?
No, I've been looking at this question, and I don't think I can really answer it. I've never even tried this because I thought like it seemed like there's just so many different ways it can go wrong. But I suppose if you want to do multiple endings, you should probably have that plan from the get-go.
Yeah, I would say just overall plan things out from the beginning, just so that you don't have that bias there. I mean, personally, I would try to make sure that I write characters that I love equally. Again, it can be kind of a challenge, but you know, try your best with that, I would say. So let us move on to our next question. It's another scared to ask question for our VAs. What is some advice you would give to voice actors, as in the acting part? Let me get my randomizer. Leica is first.
First off, don't panic. I think applies across the board for everything, even to acting, especially to the acting. Honestly, I sort of jumped into it without a lot of training, and I don't regret it, but my advice would be to maybe watch some there's a lot of voice acting resources, and they're very good to take advantage of. You can definitely take your cues from other people if they've done things you think are really good, because I mean, this community is full of such talent. But if you're going to wait anyway, if you're going to wait until you have good advice, watching some videos and getting some pointers on acting specifically from people who are competent at it, as opposed to, God, I'm a mess. I'm so sorry. I'm just gonna fade into the background now, I
It's
think.
no problem. We have other people who can answer all these questions. Fuyuki, would you like to answer?
Sure, I definitely can. So, in terms of acting, I'd say that, like I said, there's lots of resources out there that you can rely on. In my own personal experience, I like considering different methods of acting. You could dive as deep as this as you want to, but for example, the method that I prefer to follow is like the Stanislavski method, which really deals with the question of the if. So if you were in this situation, how would you react? And that's how you're supposed to help generate some of the emotions, or evoke the idea of the character. So you really can explore, and I think that's part of the beauty with voice acting, is that there's so many different methods you can try to explore and test out and see what works best for you, right? Because what works for you might not work for somebody else, and that's okay. It's more or less about expanding what you're capable of trying, and maybe for a given script, one method works better for this case than another one would. So it's very much so about, if you want to go ahead and go down that route of studying different methods of acting, you can definitely go ahead. I think that people 100% should. But if you just want to do this for fun, go ahead and do it for fun. You can be your own best critic, and consider every single one of your performances as, what could I have done better? Or, I didn't like the way I said this line, and consider that in your next go about.
So I know someone asked in the chat any recs on the tutorials. I don't think we have anything on this specifically on our channel, but again, kind of shameless plug. We do have some starter materials for people to work with. If you kind of want to look at our channel and see, if you want to start as either a VA or as a writer, We also have our cool Discord if you want to join us and ask questions to anyone there. I think most people are more than happy to answer your questions there as well. Yeah, our next person to talk is Bun.
So my biggest things are about, I like to imagine that I'm actually talking to a person. Like, I close my eyes and close my eyes, or I'm looking at the script and just the script, and I'm actually feel like I'm talking to that person. And then I also put a lot of emphasis is slowing the hell down, because I talk so fast all of the time. But keeping calm and remembering that you can try a line again and again and again and again and again is all good, and that at the end of the day somebody is going to like what you put out, even if it is not who you thought was going to like it or how many you hoped was going to like it. That makes sense.
Alrighty, let us move on to another question from Not for our writers. How do you feel about VAs filling several of your scripts in rapid succession? So I'm first actually with this. I really wanted to answer this more in kind of a different way. It's less about, I guess, VAs filling out several of my scripts like back to back to back, and more of just I guess focusing down on one writer. Like, to me, I always thought it was kind of like, I don't like to shame people, for having a specific writer that they really enjoy, but a lot of the times I feel like, if you focus on doing the work of one writer, it just seems like you're kind of pigeonholing yourself a little bit, especially because, there's a lot of really talented people in the community. And I've seen people who generally focus on my work, and I kind of think, it's like there's other people out there too that I think you would enjoy as well. So I just personally think it would be nice to see more branching out with certain VAs. And like I said, I don't hate the fact that they're doing my scripts. I want more people to voice my scripts, but at the same time, I want other people in the community to get their chance to have their works put out and actually voiced. Next up, we have Laika.
I'm kind of in the same boat as you. I think as writers, we're sort of all naturally self-effacing to a fault, though, in wanting to prop each other up and say there are other people who you should test the work of and try. I also think it's just really cool from like an experimental standpoint to just try your different range. Like, I haven't started voicing anything that other people have written yet. I've only voiced stuff that I've written. And I think that's kind of cowardly a little bit. I think it's cool to branch out and check things, but it's also very humbling when someone wants to focus on just your work.
Let's see, next is Esme.
Okay, this is kind of a rough one because I've kind of gotten abused for this in the past. I know I'm, quote, prolific and everything, and that's fine. When somebody, fills a lot of my work, I of course feel flattered, because my goal with my writing is just to reach people and maybe make them a little happier and everything. Now, I do understand, because of how much I write and everything, that other people sometimes don't get as noticed, and that's kind of why, I've asked in the past, like, hey, should I step back for a few months and give other people, and, vehemently been told no. So what I do instead now is just champion other writers and VAs in any way that I can, because I feel that's the less toxic way to handle it. And again, I believe there's a large difference between niche acting and comfort zones. Comfort zones are things that you don't really want to break out of if you can help it. That's fine. Niches are things that, you find yourself kind of either pigeonholed into or are just really good at it. Like, I'm gonna bring up, I don't know, UTC Audio, right? Lovely gentleman. He largely sticks to these kinds of argument, resolution, catharsis things, and he's really, really good at it. He has branched out and tried other things, but it's clear he's found a niche that works for him, and I'm proud of him for it. I think that's really, really great. But, you can always venture outside of your niche. But niches are so important. They are things that make you unique in a weird way, because more people will go to you for that one niche than will go exploring a channel that has a little bit of everything. And that's, I guess, where I kind of stand on it, is it's fine to find your niche, but please keep experimenting, please keep having fun, and please, there's so many, like, amazing VAs and writers out there that aren't my obnoxious self, So please, explore, have fun, make people happy. It's, it's what I hope to do at the very least, but I'm rambling, so that's my answer.
I also kind of want to build off on what you said a little bit earlier. Just, I don't think it's absolutely no one's fault if you're writing a bunch and people enjoy your work, And again, it's no one's fault if they like your work. But at the same time, again, just kind of, I would consider moving out of your comfort zone a little bit more and trying to see if there's anyone else out there, because, you never know. Like, there might be that one script out there that was written by somebody you've never even heard of that just speaks to you. So, I mean, if you just keep sticking to this one writer, you're never going to find that script. But yeah. So Timeraft, would you like to add something to that?
I can see from like a logistical standpoint, if I'm a VA and I find a writer who's written several scripts that I like, and I know a lot of guys will go and they'll just they'll hammer out 3 or 4 in one afternoon. Maybe not post them all at once, but so I can see from a logistical standpoint why you would fill the same writer multiple times. I don't really like, it's really flattering when that happens. I know for Justice went through a period where she did like 5 or 6 of mine in 1 month. That was really flattering, and I don't know if I'd still be writing if that hadn't happened. That was kind of early on when I was doing that. So I mean, as far as I'm concerned, if the VA should just do what the VA wants to do, and if that involves, you find a writer you really like and you want to do 3 or 4 of theirs in one go or whatever. I mean, you know what you like, what the people on your channel like, and you should just do what you want to do.
It is nice to have that other viewpoint, though, again, because I mean, some of us have our own opinions on the matter, but again, I do like that we have our own sort of different kind of view on it. So again, next question, back to our VAs again. Do you have mic recommendations other than Blue Yeti, Blue Yeti X, and Blue Snow? Let's do... Okay, we have Fuyuki first.
Yeah. So to be honest, with mics, outside of the ones that you started, which are good starter ones, it's really all up to you. I've heard and seen successful VAs with like, not the most expensive mics. Let's put it that way, right? You don't really need to have the greatest. If you're trying to get into it, I started out with a HyperX Cloud. No, a HyperX Quadcast. So that was the one that I used. It was a regular USB mic, similar to a Blue Yeti. After that, I moved to a Rode NT1, which I 100% recommend. Especially the new 3rd generation, I believe, or is it 2nd gen? I don't remember. But the latest Rode NT1 is great. It provides 32-bit lossless. So that's a great beginner mic as well, not too expensive. And when it comes to mics, it's more about how much are you willing to reinvest. I think that as voice actors, the more that we can get serious about things, the more likely you're going to be willing to put in money for a good audio interface or for a good mic, soundproofing your environment, things like that. So that stuff you worry about later on. I don't think that that's an upfront cost you should worry about so much as you should just finding any mic that you can use, right? I think the best mic is the one that you can afford and the one that, for the most part sounds pretty good. And there are plenty of those out there, like a ton, because there's so many different mic manufacturers. So like I said, Rode NT1's a good place to start. I think that would be a great beginner mic for anybody.
Next we have Bun.
So my mic that I currently use is definitely a beginner mic. It's a Fine Fine mic. Oh, I don't know the specific model off the top of my head. But I think the biggest things when picking a mic is knowing that if you're having issues with your audio, a new mic or a more expensive mic is not going to fix every single issue. Usually good noise suppression in your audio editing system or reducing background noise while you're recording is better than having a really nice, really expensive mic. But the Fine, I think I paid like $40 to $60 for it. I don't remember for sure, but I think it's a good starter mic.
And how about Leica? Do you have any recommendations?
For a while, I used a Snowball and then I used a HyperX Quadcast. I kind of agree that it's more about what you do with the sound than your mic. Like beginner mics are fine. I haven't graduated from anything more than a USB now. So it's I agree that it's just kind of your comfort zone with what you're willing to spend. And if you can like listen to a sample of what audio sounds like with it to begin with, like that's really ideal.
Also, I saw in the chat that somebody did ask a question. Just so that chat knows, we're most likely not going to be answering a lot of questions from the chat just because we have our own list of questions and people have stuff to do later in the day. But I guess we can just kind of bring this one up for right now. Somebody was asking, do you add soundproofing to your recording space? And is that worth it? Does anyone have anything to add to that?
Yes, it is worth it. I currently don't have a lot of soundproofing just because of my living situation, but I do have this little foam panel that hooks onto my boom like mic arm stand, and I did notice a pretty good difference. It didn't help with background noise very much, but it helped in kind of making my voice sound a little bit richer, a little bit smoother, and not as high pitched and tinny. But soundproofing can be as little as you are in a small room, or there's carpet versus there's no carpet, or you have a lot of blankets. Anything can be soundproofing, really.
I don't know if any of our other VAs want to add anything to that. Or if
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. I think that I recently purchased a couple different soundproofing blankets that I have set up on like this huge stand. So if you're in like a large room and you're getting lots of reflections either behind you or in front of you, just getting something simple, like if you can, I mean, move a bookshelf. If not, soundproof blankets are perfectly, good resource as well to use and makes a huge difference, honestly. You'll be able to tell. There's no doubt about that, especially if you're in a room that's quite, spacious and you hear lots of echoes and reverb going back into the mic.
Okay. Anything else? I don't know if you have anything to add.
No, I'm my idea of soundproofing is it quiet? Better record quick.
Well, that's perfectly fine, for some. All right, another not question.
The good old trick of recording at 3 a.m. so your roommates don't interrupt you.
Hey, what works. All right, so another question for our writers. What's your approach to coming up with good tags and titles for scripts? Our first writer up is Timeraft.
So I rarely title them. I tend to just put what goes on in the title. If somebody wants to give it like a more like normal title, then they can, go ahead. And I'm not gonna lie, I've never really figured out the tagging system either. If you look at my scripts, you'll notice most of my tags are just kind of jokes. So yeah, I find generally best, like when you're putting it on, Reddit or in the Discord, just title it what happens inside of it so the VA can be like, oh, hey, it's a Lamia script or whatever. I'm going to fill that one, or I'm going to look at that one because I'm looking for a Lamia script. And then if they want to give it a title when they post it, that's cool with me.
So I'm next with this question. This is actually a really interesting one because for those who have not seen it, I have made a guide specifically talking about this on this channel, where I go in depth about the different types of genres of tags, I guess you could call it. When it comes to titles, I actually have this system in place where I kind of think to myself, I want to make something that stands out, but on occasion I'll make it a lot longer than it needs to be, just specifically to grab the attention of the VA and whoever's actually reading, because I know for a fact they're not going to put the entire title in the video because it's too long, but just to get that hook for people to read it in the first place, I kind of make it a little bit longer overall. And you can put in your terms of use as well that you allow for title changes, just so long as that it fits what's going on in the narrative. And personally, again, I don't have an issue with VAs changing the titles of my scripts. I allow it. But yeah, that's kind of just how I personally do things. Just kind of make sure that you have something in your title that sounds interesting enough, regardless of how long it is, just so that people are interested in reading it and upvoting it on Reddit, so that it's seen more. Our next person is Leica.
I completely agree with both of you, honestly. A title that grabs attention is really ideal for... I see people in the chat are mentioning ways that new voice actors could get noticed, voice of writers could get noticed. And sometimes you have to make yourself stand out. But at the same time, like I come from a prose writing background, so like my first few scripts were named like really weird esoteric things. Like for some reason people seem to notice those as well. So maybe I think it's... For tagging, I've always found it really useful to just be like, all right, this is the genre, and this is, like Timeraft said, 1 or 2 jokes. But you do want to make it accessible, so putting what happens in the script makes sense. And you do want to stand out, so making it longer makes sense. Is kind of where I'm at with the way I title things now.
And last we have Esme.
Cool, I get to be a gigantic nerd. So I invented my own kind of silly little system I call the ICWF. Now that stands for info, catch/comfort, warning, and then fun. The info tags, I try to kind of divvy these up in 3s, are basically just the ones telling you what this is about. The catch/comfort ones are the ones that are meant to be particularly eye-catching, like, the yandere ones, the ones that, like, people typically look for. The F is fun, and that's usually when I put in little tags where it's, like, totally not a yandere, am I right? And the warning are the trigger warnings / content warnings and everything. I kind of try to give a sort of good balance between these. Just to sort of give everybody at least a little bit of the information that I know they're coming and looking for. The fun part of it is the title. And the titles are almost always just silly little things that pop into my head, like puns, or just something that kind of makes me smile and go like, yeah, why not? That seems like a lot of fun, right? And that's the thing, is writing should be fun. And I think you have to kind of like learn to trust yourself to have enough fun to where this ceases to matter quite as much, if that makes any sense.
All right, let us move on to another question. This is from Alvar, and this is kind of where I'm going to take a step back because I talked a little bit about this in the other video if you want to check it out. So this is going to be for you all specifically. So the question is, what do you enjoy most about the ASMR community? Have you had any negative or positive experiences that you're willing to share? Our first up is Leica.
Honestly, this Discord has been my positive experience. I kind of fell into this whole niche, this hobby, this subgroup of people rather suddenly. And it was after, I think after Not did one of my videos, I found a link to the Discord that he like retweeted or something, and I poked my head in, and everyone's been so nice and welcoming, and I've learned so much from everyone. So honestly, like you guys are the best.
I'm glad to hear that. Again, really nice advertisement for our Discord. Come check it out. We are the ASMR Script Guild if you would like to join us. Our next person is Bun.
Oh my god. So I have had a lot of really cool personal stuff happen because of this community. But I feel like the camaraderie that we have and the ability to ask questions and have people and have all these amazingly talented people like drop what they're doing and rack their brains with you to figure out how to fix it is awesome. I for negative experiences, I'm so sorry if you hear that background noise. Somebody is doing something outside. Being on the voice actor side of it, my presence is a lot more public. So I definitely have had the odd weirdo or overzealous simp or hate comment that didn't really make any sense. But ultimately, it's about taking the good with the bad and not letting the bad ruin the entire experience for you, because there is so much better than there is bad.
Okay, Timeraft. Can you tell us a little bit about your experience?
I really like that this is a very compassionate space. I mean, what we're all doing at the end of the day is we're putting out this weird little niche thing that helps people, that are in kind of a dark place feel a little less alone. And I think that's, really beautiful in its own way. I mean, it's kind of silly when you step back and look at it, but it's also like, the people that listen to these, a lot of them are, they feel isolated, and there's a lot of them are in kind of a dark place in their lives, and we make this goofy stuff to make them feel a little better, and I really like that. Probably the best experience I've had personally was when me and Leica collaborated on that script for, I don't know, was that like the May event? I think
the
maybe
collab
the
month,
July.
right?
Yeah, that was just a heck of a lot of fun.
That was amazing. That was absolutely amazing.
Another
Yeah, it was like,
great thing also for anybody who wants to join our Discord, we do have events every month. This month we have Upvote November, where you can post your scripts over in our event channel and get your scripts upvoted. But yeah, we do
And
have collab month.
Last month was Scriptober.
Yes, we had Scriptober, and everybody did a great job with that.
Scriptober was hell.
It was fun though for all of you who were able to do it. Y'all look like you had a great time.
It was hell on earth, but I loved every second of it.
Oh my god. No, we jumped into Timeraft's time. Do you have anything else to Timeraft? Or no? I guess.
oh, that's pretty much it.
All right, let's move on to Esme.
You know, I think the thing that I enjoy the most about this community is, Timeraft's right, we're just kind of out here on a similar goal for the most part to make people happy, make these silly little things. And I think it's because a lot of us are kind of driven by that goal, and here's the word again, that we're such a small niche community that we actually end up avoiding a lot of the toxicity that comes from the broad scope voice acting community and the broad scope writing community. And that's lovely, because with such, those markets are not necessarily kind to beginners. If you've ever seen the R writing subreddit, for example, you're not in for a good time. But at the very least here, there are tons and tons of people that are like, hey, you want some feedback on a script? No problem. Hey, you need some help with this? Sure, when I got the time. And that's lovely. It honestly is. Just the lack of ego, for the most part here, is just like, that's why I'm so proud of being part of this community. Negative experiences? I've definitely gotten a lot of DMs that have told me to go shake hands with the devil, in a more polite term, and everything. I've gotten a lot of DMs saying, hey, you're hogging the space, could you stop being a tryhard and let other people? And those are those moments where I reached out on Twitter, legitimately like, hey, I will back off if you guys want me to. I don't want to be a glory hog. So, that was a lot of fun. I also had to get in a VA's face one time and tell him to, shove things where they might not otherwise belong and get an apology out of him and everything. I won't reveal who that is for privacy's sake, but it hasn't been an easy journey, but the good far, far, far outweighs the bad for me.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that a lot of stuff like this has to happen. Like I said, I won't.
That's fine. They can come fist fight me. Yeah. I don't care.
Like I said, I won't add much to this conversation because we had a very good talk about it in our last podcast. But last but certainly not least, Fuyuki, do you have anything you would like to share?
Yeah, I mean, when you're coming into this space as a new VA, and I've seen a lot, and one of the most important things I think is like grounding yourself and understanding who are people that might be able to support you. When I initially started, I myself would reach out to other VAs and I'd be like, hey, is there any server where a bunch of people hang out? Because I feel kind of lonely doing this on my own. And lo and behold, later on in the future, this, as well as many other servers, were created. And being a part of it has been nothing but just a lot of joy, a lot of growth. Especially all the networking, all the connections, and as an individual, it feels nice to just build friendships like that. The only negatives, and I mean this just comes with like time, is that like the more people watch your videos, the more you might have people who don't like what you do, and they can be quite vocal about not liking what you do. I've pretty much, I feel like I've gone through it all. I've gotten like really weird comments. I've gotten like hate rated from TikTok. I've gotten like, I feel like I've seen the worst of the worst, hopefully. And to be honest with you, it can be a little bit, I guess downing when you get responses like that. But without a doubt, there's much more positive than there is negative. And the more that you are able to accept the fact that, not everybody's going to like what you do. And some people might have really strong opinions about what you do, or some people might want to try to take advantage of you. Um, you've got to really learn how to navigate through that. Um, but without a doubt, you have a support system behind you, especially with servers like ours. So if you are feeling a little bit lost or a little bit lonely, or you're not sure where you can improve, or you just want somebody to give advice, it's nice that we do have servers like this one available for us, because I know for a fact that that was something I wanted when I started, and I'm happy to be a part of it now.
And just to let anybody know, whether you're in the server right now or if you're going to be joining us, please be respectful to everybody in the group. Do not feel like you're entitled to get answers from everyone, or entitled to be able to speak with them directly, like in DMs, because everybody here is a regular person. So again, just respect boundaries. If they tell you that they can't help you with something, or that they don't want to talk to you, or they're uncomfortable with it, just back off a little bit. All right, let's move on to our next question from Alvar. This is for our VAs. When looking for scripts, do you search them up using the tags you're most interested in, or do you just endlessly scroll until you find one you like? Our first one is Leica.
I do search tags. Like I said, I've been kind of cowardly in not recording other people's scripts just yet, because I'm not always sure what tags to search for, so I don't always find what I'm looking for. Which I guess ties into what we said about how people tag. So maybe I'm just not searching the right things, because I see things that are just so far, like, they're amazing, and I don't have the chops to do them. So, yeah, searching the tags is helpful, is what I mean, even if you're a coward.
What about you, Fuyuki?
I think that you can go about this through several different ways. For me, when I started, I just looked for things that I enjoyed, right? If I wanted to try to be a yandere, I would go ahead and try to do that. I think that my first script fill was a yandere script. And then after that, I was like, okay, let's listen and see what other VAs are doing. I hear like a school bully story. I'm like, oh, this is kind of cool. Let's see what I can do with a similar script. So I would look for, a script that, in my case, I look for scripts that aren't usually filled as often, because I like providing voices for like stories for writers who maybe don't get noticed. And so initially, that's how I started out. I'd filter by like, okay, let's see really, really old scripts that nobody's really looked at for a while, and then try to, recapture that story. So really, the philosophy can be based off of what your interest is, what your niche is, and that's something that you can decide as you try and try out more different things.
And lastly, we have Bun.
It kind of depends at this point, because sometimes I have a writer in mind, because I'm so sorry about the dogs howling in the background. Sometimes I have a writer in mind, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to go search just their scripts, and we're going to go through there. Usually the tags that I will filter by is like female speaker or gender neutral speaker, or hey, I haven't done an F for M in a while, or I haven't done an F for F in a while, and then very rarely do I search up by specific, like yandere, fantasy, whatever.
Very different, I guess. So it seems that yandere is very popular with our VAs. It's probably very popular with a lot of other ones in the chat as well.
Yandere sells, man. I don't know what to tell you.
It does. We had this very interesting discussion about, I guess, how popular yandere is, and kind of comes down to a couple different things. Like, one being people just like being obsessed over, and they like the dangerous aspect without actually being in danger. So there's probably a lot of things
We
you
all
can
just
confer.
want to be loved so much that somebody would do unspeakable things for you.
Are you trying to tell me you guys don't want to get shivved on Valentine's Day? That's
I
ridiculous.
do. Take notes.
Listen, if my
Romantic
fiance isn't coming over here on Valentine's with a shiv and red roses, I'm gonna be disappointed. And I know he's in chat, so you heard me, sir.
Well, you heard us, man.
Yeah.
We better hear that on Valentine's Day when it comes up.
Hey guys, no script today, spinal surgery.
All right, let's move on to a writer question from Alvar. Does what's popular at the moment in terms of tags or script ideas influence you in any way? Since we were talking about boundaries, maybe it does. First up, we have Timeraft.
I've been thinking about that question since they posted it. And honestly, I've never really noticed like a trend. The closest I can think of is like, I think last fall there was a couple weeks where everything was harpies, and then I haven't seen that many harpies scripts since then. But like on my end, I've never really noticed trends that I've had to follow. I've in general tried to avoid yandere stuff. I've done it. I've done stuff that has like, I'll tag it like yandere vibes, but and for a little while in the beginning, I was kind of trying to do like the opposite of what everyone else was doing because I was edgy. But I've grown past that. But yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not. If there are trends, I don't really notice them, so I'm not influenced by them. If that answers the question.
I mean, yeah, it does. If anything, I think having a niche really does help. But I'll get to that when it's my turn. Esme, you're next.
Oh boy. It kind of does and it doesn't. When I was first getting started out and I decided, okay, I'm gonna try and write one of these. So I looked around and saw a bunch of Mafia ones, right? So I, wrote the first Daisy and everything. And I was like, hey, this is fun. And then I kind of just started doing my own thing from there. If I feel like writing a yandere, I just kind of do it my own way. If I see a video where it's like, I don't know, I think this might actually be a real title, so I'm sorry if it was, but it's like, yandere husband punches you in the face because you burnt dinner or some crap. I won't do anything with that, per se, unless it is a trope flip of yandere husband gets punched in the face over dinner, or something to that effect. I kind of just go with the flow. I think there is a pretty open thing in the ASMR community that I'm autistic or on the spectrum, however you want to put it. So I will see the occasional video title or trend that'll give me an idea, but I always try to kind of just do my own thing and have fun, if that makes sense.
Really quick,
Yeah.
what is up with yandere videos getting more and more violent? And all the video, and like, there are people whose niche is abusing the listener through the microphone, and I don't understand it.
It's
Because people
it's
keep
something
clicking on
It's
it.
almost an arms
Like,
race.
why?
Yeah.
yeah. Look, we
Why do I want to?
we
why
don't
would
kink
you
shame here. We don't kink
Why?
shame here, but we're absolutely kink shaming.
Like, no, like, not even like in a kinky way, but like in a boyfriend screams at you because he's
Okay.
because you caught him cheating. Like,
Yeah,
why?
okay. It's okay. My fiance and I have actually discussed this very, very quickly. It's catharsis. It's experiencing these scenarios in a safe way that tends to do the drawing and everything. So
Doesn't feel safe.
it's I don't know. It's like revisiting a trauma, but in a way where you're in control of it, is how
Like-
we've kind of seen it.
Like, I tried to listen to one or two of them to figure out what's going on and what the appeal is, and I just get scared.
Yeah, I've listened to a few as well of this guy talking with like a fan loudly going in the background, and it's just like, oh no, he killed me. Oh no, he killed me again, I guess. And it's like, this is just comedy at this point, right? Like, this is a parody, right? No, it's not. I'm sorry. He killed me. He brought me back from the dead. He got mad that I burned dinner and killed me again.
It's a satire. It's gotta be satire.
Oh my god.
I mean,
Zombie
again, there's an
show
audience
when-
for it, and like you mentioned, again, Yandere, I feel like is what I was saying before, how you have this very, awful thing happening to the listener, and it allows the listener to be in the situation, but like you said, in control of it, because you can close the video at any point where you're feeling uncomfortable. You can't do that in real life.
No.
So
And
it's good to be able to have that control.
yeah, there is value in it. It's just not for, folks who are like, I don't want to be fed to a wood chipper, respectfully. Unless it's like a really hot Jason Voorhees doing it, then it's allowed, but not this. Mm-mm.
Yeah, I just don't understand. I like soft yandere just as much as the next girl.
I just
But some
like
of y'all
writing
are really fucked up.
respectfully. I like them too. I write them like cartoon
Respectfully.
characters. Yeah, I write them like cartoon characters. I think they're goofy AF, but like, y'all have your fantasies. We don't kink shame. Probably let's move on before we're sitting here like,
Yeah.
why is it Yandere husband takes the chainsaw to my ice sculpture? Why?
Yeah, I guess let's get his opinion on this. If you can add to this insanity.
Honestly, I'm also in Timeraft's boat. I don't always notice trends. And it's kind of what Esme was saying earlier too, is it's about having fun. And so I think if you're writing to trends, like it's perfectly, I'm sorry if you heard my dog barking. If you're writing to trends, it's perfectly valid, but I think whatever you write, you should be writing from that little place inside of you that tells you to write. So I don't think trends matter to me as much. And that's where I'm at.
And I'll add to this one as well. Kind of the same thing, where I don't really think too much about the trends per se of what other people do. When I started out, I've mentioned this in the other podcast, there was a time where there were like basically no villain scripts, and I just started throwing them out there, and now people are putting them out there too, which I'm very happy about. But when it comes to what influences me in terms of what I put into my scripts, it's more of the trends that I see on my end, where I notice certain things are a little bit more popular in some of my scripts over others. I kind of made a joke last podcast about how if you want more people to read your script, add kissing to it. So, I mean, people like that kind of stuff.
Correct.
Yeah. You gotta add those little bits here and there that'll kind of bring in your audience. But again, otherwise, it's mostly based on my own personal trend as opposed to everyone else's. But yeah, let us move on to our next question. From KitKat VA. What's the hardest part about being a VA or writer? And I will leave these questions, or this one, to you guys. Fuyuki is first.
The hardest part, I would say, would probably be, well, for me, consistency. I think that when you're dealing with other things in your day-to-day life, and this isn't your main priority, it's hard to consistently find time to record. Being disciplined enough to set a schedule for yourself and say, okay, hey, I've got some scripts I've written. I've got some scripts that I found. Here's some days I want to go ahead and record, and then here's some days I'm going to allocate to editing. when you really get into it and you're doing a lot of your editing and you're doing pretty much everything, it's a lot and it can be quite overwhelming. So I think that that would be the most difficult task, is being disciplined enough to consistently do this. You see a lot of VAs come into the community, they post like 5 videos and then they kind of like vanish. And I think it's, a hint of like the difficulty of understanding that it's not so easy to actually go ahead and sound design or like edit the videos in the way that you like, as well as the time commitment that it requires. But yeah, that I think is the most difficult for me.
Next we have Bun.
I think one of the most difficult parts for me is having that balance of my regular everyday life where I work 12 hours a night on weekends and I have school and I have work and I have a personal life and I have family and friends who absolutely know nothing about what I do. And we're going to keep it that way. And also having, I guess, there's a difference between me as a person and the Miss Fluster Bunny persona and how I act online. I mean, it's not that big of a difference. But I definitely have to tread a lot more carefully and when it comes to online. So I think that's definitely a really hard part, and also making the shift in my brain of like, you can't talk to your fans the way you would talk to your friends because then you might get in hot shit, was a very hard lesson for me to learn. Because people can be weird and you don't realize it until it's too late.
We also had a very great point, again, on the other podcast where we talk a little bit about parasocial relationships, if y'all want to go check that out after this stream. But next we have Esme.
Okay. I think the hardest part about being a writer is pretty much very similar to the hardest part about being a VA. It's putting in the work. There's an old post on Reddit called No 0 Days where, the whole thing is basically just, it doesn't matter how much work you put in each day. Put in a little bit at a time and keep building yourself up. And a lot of writers, they want to write. They really do. They want to write that next novel. They want to write that amazing TV show, but they're not willing to put in the work. I've been writing for over 20 years now. I put in bare minimum 500 words a day. Now, that's not going to work for everybody, or most people, obviously. You have to find a way to make it work for you if you really want to build yourself up and improve. Now, the other part of it is learning to trust yourself, because we all sit there and we have these projects where we feel like something's not right. We don't know what it is, but we know we're not happy about it. And those are the times where we sit there and we think to ourselves, well, do I delete the whole book and start over? Like, do I re-record or do I quit? Learning to trust yourself is important. Learning to trust what you know you like, what you want to see from yourself, will help you negate those moments, or at the very least look at them and realize, okay, I know what I need to do. So honestly, I don't consider myself having much of an ego over my writing. If somebody tells me it's shit, then it's shit. Fine. Sorry for the swear. But, it's a problem for a lot of people. Ego is hard. You put yourself into your writing, but you have to kind of realize that, it's for you. It's not for them. You're making a gift, but it's for you, not them. So their feedback can be helpful, but it's for you. You're putting the work in for you. You're learning to trust you. That's the hardest part about being a writer, is consistency, trust, and letting go of your ego.
Next we have Timeraft.
I mean, it's not to just repeat what everybody else has been saying, but it's really hard to, consistently do something. Like Esme tries to do 400 words. I try to write for 20 minutes a day. Just because it's not even always just this. I have a lot of other writing projects I work on. I work in the septic industry. So I come home, I kick off my boots, I take off my coveralls, take my shower, sit in front of the computer, and some days it just ain't gonna come out. Like you just. I think Ernest Hemingway once said, "Sometimes writing feels like you're trying to carve your name in a brick wall with just your pinky finger." Sometimes it just ain't happening, and we live in this society where you got to produce all the time. I'm not even on YouTube. The VAs have it way worse because they got to fight the algorithm. But it's hard to be able to consistently make something happen, especially when it's not your day job. Sometimes it's just you're just not going to be able to do it. At least that's my take on it.
And last we have Leica.
As everyone else has said, consistency is the tough nut to crack. And I think, geez, everyone said it so well that I feel like I almost have nothing to contribute at this point. I apologize. I don't think I'm gonna say anything even half as eloquent.
I mean, that's perfectly fine. Just as long as I guess you can say, listen to everybody else, what they said. Pretty much. So our next question is for everyone also. Are there any characters you like to read in scripts but won't voice? The same goes for writers, but instead of voicing, writing them instead. Bun is first. I don't know if you're muted, Bun. I think maybe we can move on instead and wait. Actually, yeah, let's go with Esme, if you're able to.
Sure. Let's see. Like to read in scripts, but won't voice, blah, blah, blah. I can't write the unapologetic douchebag character. Like, I just can't. I try to, but anytime I do, it just turns into a script where I'm like, I am going to make this character pay for ever existing when I'm the one that brought him into existence. Like, I hate stories where characters like that don't get a comeuppance of any kind, or an ending or lesson or something. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I can't write a BoJack Horseman character without that character getting repercussions. I wish I could, but, because they're interesting, and I like seeing them voiced in YouTube and all that good stuff. I can't write them because I immediately want to just, throw them off a cliff or something.
Okay, let's go back. Bun, if you're here.
Oh, I thought it was my turn.
It was.
I'm sorry. I spaced. I zoned out for like 30 seconds.
No problem.
Okay. Any characters I like to read in scripts but won't voice. I like to see what the hardcore yandere writers write, and then I close the script because I won't. My actual answer is I like to read really, really intense story scripts. I think they're really fascinating, but I have found in my personal opinion and what my audience likes is they like the romance more than the intense story, and I like writing and I like voicing kind of fluffier pieces. So yeah.
Leica, you are next.
In the case of, I like to read just about anything. But what I'm comfortable writing, it's not even what I'm comfortable writing that's a problem, because I'm comfortable writing most things once, but the stuff that I wouldn't voice is like I'm so envious of people who do like romantic scripts really well, because like it's just not something that really goes with my persona or anything. So like I don't feel comfortable kind of branching into anything where there's like a relationship with the listener, which really narrows down what I'm able to do, I think. Um so I think it's really fascinating the kind of dynamics people are able to really build up, even if I can't always indulge in them.
I'm gonna try to keep my answer brief with this. So I like to write a lot of fantasy stuff, and despite that, I am a very avid listener of like bully videos because I think it has kind of a similar vibe to villains in a way. So I kind of treat like bullies like the like fantasy or well, real life villains, or villains are the fantasy bullies, if that makes any sense. I don't really like to write a lot of real life stuff. Occasionally I do, but I just have a preference for writing fantasy. But I will enjoy a good modern day script every once in a while. Next is Fuyuki.
To be honest, I'm very much an open door. Like, well, that's not true. There are some things that I won't do because I don't think it fits my niche, not that I'm uncomfortable voicing it. So, for example, I've tried fantasy and it's gone okay, but it's not as well received. I think my niche is very much like, um, more or less grounded in like a sense of reality. So, like werewolf scripts, I could never do, but I want to. Like, I want to be able to do cool stuff like that. I'm trying to think. Lots of fantasy stuff just does not do well. Maybe my voice just doesn't fit it. Like I feel like I've been trapped into like the school boyfriend, school bully, mafia boss. That's just like the niche that everybody seems to associate me with, and so it's like, all right, if this is what the listeners want, I will do my best to continue down this path. And then every now and then I'll like throw out something like occasionally, like I haven't done it in a while, but like I'll just randomly upload a poetry video. And that's because, again, I started my channel with poetry. It's what I like doing. And so, I don't care. I'm going to do what I want to do. Or like, I'll try a fantasy script here and there just because I'm still trying to limit test and say, hey, are you guys okay with this now? No? Okay, cool. Then 3 months later, okay, how about now? No? Okay, cool. And then I'll just go ahead and keep trying to like limit test until something sticks. And that's okay. So in terms of like things that I'm not comfortable voicing, not really anything out there that I can think of, but there are lots of things that I just don't think suit my audience for the time being. Um, and that's okay. It's about like expanding and growing, and who knows, over time, people might just be like, "Oh, I don't care. It's a Fuyuki video. I want to listen to it. That'd be cool."
It's our iconic gamer boyfriend. Honestly, I think that also fits. I kind of want to add on to this a little bit. For writers as well, something I like to do is actually kind of throw in a niche script in between two things that I think are going to be popular. So I think that's a good way to test the waters a little bit, just so that you kind of keep your audience while also experimenting a little. But we'll see what others have to say about it. Timeraft.
One thing that I really like that I absolutely just cannot do. I really love those just unapologetically edgy characters. Like, you got like the sword that tells you to like kill people so it can drink their blood. You're tormented by the souls of the damned and that kind of stuff. Like, oh man, I love that. But I cannot do that without making it a joke. I've tried.
Also, Nightshade Queen brought up a very good point. Maybe collab with someone whose niche is fantasy and have it on their channel and see if you get an audience from them. Really nice idea. Okay, and our last question from Kit Kat is going to be, What is your favorite thing to write? Like genre. So I guess this is for our writers. I'm not going to answer this question because people probably know already it's villains. Back to Timeraft.
My favorite genre? The question?
Yeah, to write.
I don't know if there's really a word for it, but I write a lot I call it magical realism, where it's like kind of the modern day, but there's just this bonkers stuff going on that nobody really comments on.
Oh, urban
It's
fantasy.
like, well, I see urban fantasy as more like Old World of Darkness, where it's like, yeah, there's vampires, but it's like a big deal. I like to write where it's like, oh shit, I like, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to swear.
That's no problem.
Yeah, like I just wrote one where like your cat like turns into an evil witch and tries to take over your house, and it's like that's just the thing that can happen in that world. You know, you go to Walmart, you drive home from work, and then oof, there's this magic stuff going on. Just really like that.
I
I did this one where this guy got kidnapped by an immortal warrior. I got a lot of comments about like how they cooked this like evil potion in a microwave, and for some reason people thought that was like just kind of goofy. But it's like, I mean, what else are you gonna cook it in? So that's kind of how I like to do it. I like regular life, but then there's just some bizarre out there element.
Next we have Esme.
Let's see. I'm kind of a chaos goblin when it comes to writing. Like, I just lean into whatever feels right at the time. But I'm kind of with Timeraft. I sort of just like scenarios where it's like, well, that's certainly not normal, or, you don't quite see that every day. Like, my favorite genre in the world is horror, and I lean into that quite a bit, but I don't think I write it often enough that I can call it my favorite genre to write in anymore. So I'll just say general fantasy, so I can kind of just get away with whatever anime bullshit I want, or sci-fi for the same reason.
And last we have Leica.
Oh, this is I love I love words. I do. Fantasy without a question, sci-fi without a question. They kind of battle for the place in my heart for number one. But if it's fantasy or if it's sci-fi, like I'm not very comfortable writing real world stuff. So I would probably do it kind of like everyone else puts like a magical twist on something. If it's outrageous, if it's outlandish, if it's not realistic, I'm a fan of writing it.
Okay. Now we are moving on to questions from me, actually. The first one is, which character that you've written or voiced is most like you? Fuyuki is first.
Most like me. I don't think I've ever voiced a character that's like me, to be honest. I mean, it really does depend, right? So like a lot of my recent improv audios are more me than anything else, but those tend to again be improv, so I get to lean in on being myself a lot more. So like Skater Boyfriend, I don't even remember the title honestly. Like Keji's giving class, I think that was the video, that one. I'd say that was like an 80% me, like actually me. 20% hyperbole, where I'm actually like saying stuff that's like more for effect, more for the acting side of things. So, in terms of written scripts, I don't think there's ever actually been a character that I was like, oh yeah, this is me, like ever.
I mean, that's perfectly fine. I mean, a lot of the times I think when we write or voice a character, it might speak to us, but we might throw in a little couple things of ourselves in there, but it's not always going to be 100%. Bun, you are next.
Um So the one that is most like me that isn't just like improv was The Herald and the Herd, which is a series that Silver Spotter wrote based off of a joke he and I had made. And as he's writing the character, because this was like when we had first met, was when he first started writing it, he's as we got to know each other better, he's like, hey, this character is just you. I didn't mean it to be just you, but it's just you. And it was really fun, and I love voicing her because it's just me, but with like a little bit of a softer voice. And then there we go. Boom, I'm Alacrity. So it's a lot of fun.
How about you, Esme?
Oh shit. Honestly, probably I'm a mix between Surian and Hiriko. They're both kind of himbos in their own right, except one is this eldritch goddess that's constantly confused why people want to fight her, and the other one is a big purple Oni who's got like 9 kids with his wife he loves very, very much so. But then again, I kind of put myself a little bit into every character. I think those two are just the ones where it's like, yeah, there's that trademark himbo dumminess. Also, people keep calling me like script mom. Surian's a mom, so I guess we're just both moms. IDK. Love them both though for sure.
And next is Laika.
I'll say something horrifying. Maybe the yandere I wrote. Not because it's yandere specifically, but because it's a gacha game character, and I feel like I don't have a personality aside from my gacha gaming addiction. So it might just be that character. Or I don't actually name a lot of my characters because I don't want to box people into having the name, but I feel like I do you guys, the community, a disservice by not building up characters quite as well as other people. So yeah, gotcha.
We're all in the gotcha brain rot. Anyone who watched the other podcast knows. And last we have Timeraft.
So it's not a particularly good script. I wrote it probably more than a year ago. But the one about the post-apocalyptic mutant that's like trying to brood, that's almost like if you took the post-apocalyptic stuff out, that's pretty much how I was feeling at the time. Over the last few years, I'd gone through some stuff that made me feel like I had gone through what to me was an apocalypse, and I was in this world that didn't work, and I was some weird thing that just didn't fit in it anymore. And like that's very much like the stuff that guy says in that script is stuff that I was feeling at the time. In general, I tend to put a lot of myself into a lot of the stuff I write. If it's not like a total joke, probably if a character is saying something that I think in my head sounds profound, is probably something that like I felt or I wanted to say at some point.
All right. Next up is going to be some specific questions from me. The first is for our writers. This one I actually kind of want to preface a little bit because I talked about this on the other podcast as well, where sometimes when you listen to a fill, you might have a voice actor do an incredible job, but they're not the voice that you imagined in your head. And then sometimes the very rare occasion will be that you find that one VA who voices your work and you imagine, that was my character. So I want to know, again, if it's been an experience that you've all had. So are there any fills out there of your work that completely capture the character you envisioned in your head? If so, which ones? The first is Esme.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, I've like pretty much anything Atticus ASMR has done for me. He's nailed the voice. That guy Not High recently finished something about your mom, literally doing all 5 voices by himself, by the way. Can we get a shout out to that crazy man? Sincerely Him did Donnie, who's a crazy mobster, so perfectly that like it just was friggin' hysterical. Fiyuki makes a great Rex. Like y'all are just crazy talented. You always seem to take what I put on the page and run with it in a way where I'm like, yeah, this is exactly what it sounded like in my head. The first time, like, gosh, I think my very first fill actually was Patman VA doing Oni of the Morning Sun. And that's just Hiriko's voice to me now. Like, so many of your voices are just, yeah, that's this character now. Y'all should be crazy proud, but those are mine. I'll let y'all, I'll let y'all talk.
Timeraft is next.
I've thought about this one a little bit since it was posted. I think I've written a lot, like even if they weren't commissions, I've written a lot with like a certain VA in mind. Like I'd say maybe a third of the ones I've written have done that. So the ones that like were just thrown out there with nobody in particular in mind for it, not a commission or nothing. I wrote this one where you're like this mysterious stranger like sweeps you off your feet. It's like, are they some kind of bad thing or are they just some weirdo that's screwing around with you? And Nightshade did just this incredible fill on it, and it was like, bam, they got exactly what I was trying to do with that. So that's probably the most, and I don't necessarily. It's not like if you do like if you match the thing in my head, it doesn't necessarily mean that like if you do something totally different, that's wrong. In fact, I kind of like it when people take something I wrote and like twist it around a bit, and it's like, wow, I didn't even think you could have interpreted it like that. But that's like the fill I think that got the closest to what was going on in my head when I wrote it.
And now we have Leica.
Honestly, my stuff doesn't get filled nearly as much as everyone else's does. So I don't really have a good answer for this one just because of the volume, really. When someone does a script, even if the voice isn't what I'm imagining, I'm usually so ecstatic that it like becomes the voice in my head too. So
Perfectly valid. Next question is going to be for our VAs. Who is your dream collab partner, and what type of script or scenario would you have in mind to work on with them? This could also be a specific script if you have one in mind. The first is Fuyuki.
My dream collab. Well, I'm working on a collab, hopefully with Stevie, Dream Boyfriend. It's a cool dude, really close friend of mine, so I'm really happy to work with him. And then Nora, I love Nora so much. She's so amazing. He provided a lot of insight. We're pretty close friends, I think. So Nora ASMR and then Dream Boyfriend. Two of the people that right now I'm really hoping and excited to collab with.
And next is Leica.
I got enabled in the server a few nights ago to blurt out when I was like, "Oh, there's someone I want to collab with," and I'm too chicken to say it. Ooh woo, ooh woo. Someone's like, "You should just say it." So make fun of me some more. But honestly, like there's no one specific person, but I think God, you're just everyone is so talented. Like I don't necessarily want to just choose one person. Like, can I have it all? Like, can I be selfish and just ask for working with all of you? Getting to work with like doing the collab month with Timeraft was so great. Like just getting to do things with other people is lovely. And I'm just so happy to be here.
And hopefully we will have more opportunities for people to collab with each other. We actually have something interesting going on this December, so next month. Check that out for our Secret Santa event. And lastly, we have Bun.
It already happened. I got to do 2 collabs with Not. Other than him, I would like to I think collab with Messed Up Stories or Xena. I love her so much, and I think we would be kind of cool together. I'm just a chicken to ask her. But yes.
Hopefully those people watch this and reach out to our VAs. Y'all know who you are. So next up, these are from Q. So how would you recommend someone getting into voice acting to get started? So I guess this is for our VAs. The first is Leica.
Kind of just do it. Like that's if you listen to other people's fills, you kind of get a feel for what you can do, and just like my advice is to just try things. I think advice that I have specifically is like talk slow. I'm a fast talker, and my videos are not as long as I want them to be because I cannot slow down to save my life. But like, just never be afraid to try stuff. Like, heck yeah.
Our next is Bun.
Just do it. Like, it's gonna be scary and you're gonna feel like nobody watches it, but I would recommend doing a script by a at least semi-popular writer who posted it recently, and making sure you link your script to their Reddit, because then you were pretty much guaranteed, at least this happened with me, I was pretty much guaranteed to get some instant feedback. And like instantly I had like people being like, hey, great script to start with, I can't wait to see what you're gonna do. And it was really awesome, and I just do it and slow down, like I said, slow the hell down. And yeah, it's gonna feel really embarrassing when you first start, like talking into a microphone, like that's really weird. But it's not as bad as you think it's gonna be.
And last we have Fuyuki.
Refresh me, what was the question again? I totally blanked out.
It is, how would you recommend someone getting into voice acting to get started?
I mean, my biggest advice is to just do it. To be completely honest, because I think the biggest blockade for most people is like they're just afraid to start. Like you don't need to worry so much about like getting views or like having everything put together, because with YouTube, for example, or like any form of content creation, you're going to have to learn as you go, and you have to be willing to understand that you're not going to have everything perfect right off the bat. So come at it with an open mind and be willing to actually just allow yourself to fail and allow yourself to get started. I think being open to failure and growth is the most important aspect of, getting started in anything in life.
All right, next Q question is for our writers. Do you ever hit a dead end when writing scripts, stories, and or find yourself unable to think of how to continue them? What would you do if you experienced this problem? Esme is first.
Hello. So, yeah, when I get this problem, I basically move these things into kind of an unfinished folder, and just sort of revisit them later. I kind of trust that it'll come to me in time. Honestly, when you try to force it, you're just going to frustrate yourself, you're just going to end up having a bad time. So, honestly, I would just say kind of put it aside and come back to it later with a clearer head. or just tab down a few lines and start writing something completely different. Both tend to work for me, but with most things in writing, you kind of just gotta figure out what works best for you and what's gonna not frustrate you at the end of the day. Hopefully that's helpful.
Leica is next.
Exactly the same thing. If you can't write the beginning of something, write the middle of it. If you can't write the middle of it, write the end of it. And if you can't write any of it, it goes in the folder for later. But it's all about your comfort zone with writing. Like just the more you write, the more you know what works for you, and the more you gotta just trust yourself that you'll get it done when it needs to be done.
Next is Timeraft.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really a lot I can add to that, but like they said, you can kind of it doesn't have to be a straight line. If you're writing and you're like 5 paragraphs in and like, oh shoot, that looks like the ending, it feels right. Just go back, Do like you can always do like I was giving somebody some advice in the chat a little while ago. That they had written a story and they thought it was too short. It was about like a conversation between a person at a grocery store that was checking out the customer. I was like, well, you can always go back and do like maybe they met in the aisle first, or you can always have little pauses. You can always kind of play with the timeline a little bit.
I'll add a little bit to this. I don't have a very good answer for it because when I write my scripts, I plan things out beforehand most of the time. So I write my notes before I even begin properly writing a lot of the time. So I kind of already know what to expect going in. I might have some little dead ends in terms of how do I get from point A to point B, but otherwise I always generally know the direction I'm going in the script. Again, not really a question that fits me very well, but that's my 2 cents. And our last Q question. What's a trope or character trope you like and dislike? Like us first.
I'm gonna get a little spicy here. I really like just horrible bastards. Like, sorry, I shouldn't swear either, but like really mean characters are like a trope or type that I just think are so fascinating. Dislike? Nah, I don't really dislike anything.
I'm actually gonna answer this one because I have an interesting answer for at least one of these. Again, if you know me, I write lots of villain scripts, so that's the type of character that I like. I like my enemies to lovers. As for dislikes, oh my gosh, Esme, you are not gonna like me for this. I don't like himbos. I'm so sorry. I don't like the bro type characters. I like my characters when, like when they know what they're doing, like the smart type of characters, right? Like, I'm so sorry to disappoint.
Acting like I'm out here dealing broken himbos. Rude. My himbos are very capable of only fucking up mildly. Sorry.
Oh my gosh. Again, I'm so sorry. It's just my thing personally.
Okay, I forgive you. I literally just said I hate the trope that you love anyway, so it's like that.
Oh my gosh. Suyuki's next.
To be completely honest, I can't think of anything. So
That's perfectly fine. We can move on to Esme to hear how Esme dislikes enemies to lovers and loves himbos.
I love enemies to lovers as a trope. I really do. Like, I love villains. The characters I can't stand, like the trope that I really don't like, is either the irredeemable bastard, where there's just nothing more to be gotten from them than abuse, or God forgive me for this one. I don't like the Superman trope where it's just like, hello, I'm the most powerful thing. Nobody can defeat me. I have very little personality. Like, I like Goku and Superman, but I don't like Goku and Superman, if that makes any sense. It's like, okay, you have nothing to offer me until you become a villain when you actually become interesting, funnily enough. And of course, there's interesting versions of both of these characters. I just don't like static dynamic characters, where their goal never changes. So they relatively stay the same, but the story keeps moving with them anyways. That's the ones that I really, really, really don't like. Every other trope I'm pretty okay with, to be honest. Those are just my two ones where it's like, okay, but why am I still watching this? So see, we're not so different,
Yeah,
Blue.
I think that's
See,
that's
and
good, yeah.
Goku is a himbo too, proving thus something. I don't know. Anyways, next person talk.
like somebody said in the chat, like a very Sue type character.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Or
S-
Gary Stew in this case,
yeah.
except they can bench press the friggin' planet.
Next we have Timeraft.
So a trope that I really like, and this will probably be pretty obvious to anybody that's read a lot of my stuff, is I just love it when you got a character that's insecure. I love it when you've got like they're putting up this facade. They're kind of like actively trying to play a character themselves, but they could be like incredibly, they could be Goku or Superman, but deep down they're just some dork that doesn't really know what they're doing. They're just trying their best to play this character. And it's kind of like I just really like the idea of somebody being like everybody else is like, oh my gosh, they're so cool, and you're just like, and on the inside they're like, oh my gosh, I don't know what I'm doing. And I guess a trope that I dislike is it's kind of similar. I don't like when they don't have anything beneath the surface. I guess unless like their whole thing is their what you see is what you get. I think
Yeah.
everybody needs to have something on the inside.
Yeah, and to clarify, I'm not saying there's not depth to these characters in some way. It's more that I hate the trope of, like, I am the strongest, I will do anything to either become or stay the strongest, at the disrespect or discredit to the rest of the people in my life, That's what I really don't like, just to clarify.
Yeah, I really don't like the like you see a lot of these in like with Bay audios and stuff where it's just like, oh man, I'm super powerful and I'm an absolute, jerk bag.
Mm-hmm.
And now you have to live in my garden forever. It's like, I don't really like that.
Yeah.
And last we have Bun.
Also, Blue, I didn't see you. Did you see my message?
Oh no, I did not. But yeah, we can get to your questions right after this one.
Okay. I really love very soft characters, like very sweet, who can also take charge. And then I already talked about this earlier when I was going off on my terrifying yandere rant, but I don't like it. I don't like the really violent yandere. I don't like it at all.
Again, perfectly valid. Also, just for context, Bun is going to have to leave a little bit early in the stream, so we're going to skip over to 2 questions. I'm not going to ask the others just yet, one of them, because it is for multiple people, but we're just going to ask Bun 2 back-to-back questions, and we'll get back to it later. So
Yeah.
the first question was this one by Dark and Twisted. How do you pace your dialogues? Do you plan how many seconds to leave for a listener answer?
Yeah, so I don't plan by seconds. I just kind of answer it in my head and then give myself a couple seconds after that because I talk and think faster than normal people do. So I just like say, for example, "Oh, how was work, sweetie?" Oh yeah, it was kind of shitty. It was kind of shitty. I didn't really like it. Blah blah blah. This happened. I'm so so just kind of pace it based on how you think the conversation is going. My favorite thing is when writers don't have to write what the listener is saying because why, but at least give me like an idea of like listener says their day was shitty or something like that. Got to give me a baseline.
All right. The other question, just before you have to leave, is the one specific for you. It's from Esme. So, what makes you the happiest about recording?
My the thing that makes me happiest about recording specifically is I do some improv ones where like basically I close my eyes and I pretend I'm talking to my boyfriend for 15 minutes and then I just have fun with it. Um and then the thing that makes me happiest about like making videos in general is seeing how people react to it, is seeing comments. I love it. Like I have a couple people who comment every single time and it's the best. I love hearing from them. And yeah, that's my favorite parts.
Okay, switching to fan Esme. Yay, thank you for answering my question. Okay.
But yes, thank you so much. But again, if you have to leave, no
Yes,
problem.
I very much do.
Yes, but thank you
I
so
love
much for joining us for as long as you did.
Thank you. I love you all.
Yes.
I will see you later.
Bye, Ben.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
But yes, we still have the rest of our group here, hopefully. So let's move on. And again, we'll get back to one of the questions, the Dark and Twisted one, a little bit later on. For our other VAs to listen to, I actually had to redo the randomizer because I need to make sure that button is not in that list anymore. So our next question is going to be from Villain Voice, or VV. So this is for our VAs. Did you notice the listeners being more attracted to audios where there is a lot of attention on them compared to audios where there is more of a focus on the story? I mean, for example, even to the point that there is not really a story, but only a sweet conversation with a focus on them. So Fuyuki's first.
Short answer, yes and yes. So I've experimented with two different types of scripts. One that's story-based driven and one that's more or less like, let's just try being romantic. Let's be sweet. Let's try to represent an actual circumstance of a relationship. And I think that both really do well. One end, the story-driven, is more entertaining, whereas the romantic side lends itself more towards the affection or like the experience of like falling in love or like sharing a very intimate moment. So that in itself, I think, carries well. It doesn't necessarily need to have some complex storyline with multiple characters. It could just be you and your girlfriend, talking about your day, or like they're mad at you because you forgot their birthday, or at least they think that you forgot their birthday. Any circumstance like that where you can turn it into like an adorable conversation, I think could do really, really well.
And Leica's next.
I've gotten to experiment a little with more story versus more conversational, and I don't feel I have enough of a sample size to really say in my own experience, but it feels like it always seemed to me that people were a little more for the personal attention rather than the story, but there are some people who carry stories so well, so I think that's probably an unfair assumption to have.
Okay, and we're going to go back to not mysteriously appearing between people's questions. This is for our writers. How much editing or rewriting do you do to your scripts before they are released? I'm first, actually, on this. So I actually don't do a lot of editing and rewriting. Usually it's in the middle of me writing something, I might look at a line and say, okay, that sounds really awkward, let's change that up a bit. If you're actually over in the Discord, I posted, I guess, kind of a quote unquote write with me thing, so you can kind of see me doing that. If anybody's interested, you can DM me on Discord to watch me write in real time and talk a little bit about it. But overall, I don't really like to make a lot of changes. I kind of just stick to what I've done. Again, maybe some minor changes here and there. It's probably different for everyone else, but we'll see what the others have to say. Esme.
How much editing or rewriting? It really depends, to be honest. Most of the time I kind of write it pretty rough. Do a quick, like, once over and everything for grammar things. I've got that lovely sort of dealio where I can look at a word 100 times and then go back and be like, it was misspelled the whole time. Lovely. But honestly, I'm kind of with Blue. Like, I don't really do too much rewriting with scripts, or, you know, once they're out, they're out. If I want to do, like, a rewrite, I might do a rewritten series down the line, for example. But, yeah, I keep it simple.
Leica's next.
I have a lot of bad editing habits from being a writer who didn't publish their stuff for a while, or self-publish their stuff, or share their stuff, or do anything with their stuff. So I try to be as minimal with my revisions and editing as I can, because I'm the type of person where if I don't have the guts to do it immediately, I lose that guts. So I also try not to do as much, but I still definitely leave scripts up in a tab for 2 to 3 days after I finish them, just thinking, if there's anything that comes up, I'll tweak it. And that's my idea of not a lot.
And how about you, Timeraft?
I have a really bad habit of editing stuff after I posted it. Like my most recent script that I posted, I actually threw a couple edits on there. I posted it on like Wednesday, and I think I threw a couple edits on there on Friday. Because sometimes you'll just think of something like, oh, hey, I should have added this joke, or change these words. That it's kind of a bad habit. If I'm doing a commission, the edit phase will usually last like longer than if I'm just throwing it out there. There's definitely quite a few scripts where the editing phase was literally like, oop, I'm finished. I'm going to spend 5 minutes looking it over, then I'm just going to throw it out there and go to. So, need to get better about that. But I'm a bit of a third kind of guy.
Alrighty, back to Vivi for our VAs. What do you think immediately catches the listener's attention, and what keeps them listening all the way to the end of the audio instead of clicking away? Leica's first.
I haven't cracked that code yet, I think. As from a I have more of a writing standpoint answer, but I think I'm gonna gently just pass this on to the next person who might have something a little better to say.
Maybe Fuki, you have something to add to this?
So, retention is hard for any YouTuber, right? With our genre in particular, our niche, I think it's very unique in that most listeners probably listen on their phones late at night when they're going to bed, right? So, considering that, retention tends to be quite high compared to other niches. Now, that being said, there still are drop-offs like any other, niche, but I think we have the ability to call out a lot easier than any other niche. And by call out, I mean bringing attention to the listener or the viewer. So directly, calling them out, calling their name, saying something cute, giving something like, hey, are you still there? Are you listening to me? Like actually kind of breaking that fourth wall where like you can call out the person who's listening. And I think that type of interaction can boost a lot of retention. I also think that having payoffs. So, leading up to a specific moment where, it's pre-frame it that way that like, okay, you'll need to listen to this part. And then, at the end, it's going to pay off in this one particular way, right? So the person is expecting to get to that payoff. And maybe you could build it up like you'll give a payoff, but then you'll also start building up another one. So the way that the script flows is like you have these different beats in the story that you really want to lead to that moment. Um, and having to like navigate that, people do it very differently. Writers have their own different methodologies and approaches, but I like making funny jokes. I think that always keeps attention, is that like when somebody's laughing or like somebody's having fun, making references. I make a lot of meme references in mine. I'm very much a memester. Or I'll even throw in like a popular K-pop song in my audio, like things like that, where it's like, oh, I didn't expect that, so I'm very curious what else is coming next. That's just the way that I've approached it thus far.
I'm concerned. Do you ever get like copyright strikes for that?
No, never. Because I throw it in for like maybe 7 seconds or so. So it's like less than. You can claim, I think, to a certain extent, like fair use, and I'm not using the whole song. So it's like just enough to recognize, oh, I know that song. It's like, oh, yeah, I recognize what that is. So that's kind of cool. Like this person knows me, I guess. It's like, oh, they're cool. They're into the hip stuff. That's all.
I've seen that happening. Sometimes I feel like I guess VAs will sometimes add to their own personal scripts, I guess, or their own personal audios. Like, random stuff that's relevant. Like, I've seen a lot of, like, people who play, like, gamers, and they're like, oh, yeah, like, my favorite Genshin characters, like, something like that. So, it's kind of a funny thing. Like, to add
It makes
that,
it more
yeah.
realistic, right? And I think that listeners like that because then they're like they really start to relate to the speaker, and that level of relation is what we really play off of. It's like building that rapport and like building that relationship. Like we're not just some fantastical. You can't imagine it actually being you in the situation. We're trying to put you in that scenario so that you feel like, oh, this could really be me and somebody that I know because they sound human. Like they sound real. You know what I mean?
Yes. So, let's see. Can you join the? Okay, this is something separate here. Can you join the ASMR Script Girl Discord even if you don't do VA script work or writing? Yes, we do allow listeners or anyone can join us if you would like. If you're able to, you can find the link over on r/ASMR directory as well. We were not allowed to post it in ASMR Script Haven for various reasons, but if you do want a link, you can check out, again, r/ASMR directory. So our next question is from Not Again. For writers, do you read scripts by other writers, and if so, is there anything you look for in them? I really wanted to answer this question, actually. Sorry to disappoint people, but I actually do not like to write, or not write, but I don't like to read other writers' scripts. Just because, again, several reasons. One is, most importantly, I'm way too busy to do that. I get maybe like 5 hours out of my day to do anything. 2 of those probably go to writing. So, I mean, the rest goes to other basic things like cooking, whatnot, going to sleep. But otherwise, I do like to consume other people's scripts through listening to it, through the audio. So I might be familiar with some writers' works through listening to someone's fill of it. When it comes to what I look for in them outside of my own personal preferences, there's 2 very technical things that I really want to make sure that a script does, or rather does not do. And I've kind of brought this up, and 2 really big pet peeves of mine are, 1, if you have the speaker repeating what the listener says. And what I mean by that is having this thing where basically the speaker states the answers for the listener and saying like, oh, you asked me this? I'm like, yeah, like I should not be listening to a VA and thinking to myself, yeah, that's what I said. to you. It should feel more like a seamless conversation. So if I see writers relying on that heavily, I kind of just click off. I don't want to listen to it because to me, it's personally really lazy. Like, there's a lot of ways that you can get around it. And again, it just really big pet peeve of mine to listen to something like that. And another thing that I do not like to hear is when it's a 4A script and they use they when referring to the listener, because at that point, two things. One, you've already created a specific audience for yourself. Not everybody wants to be referred to as they. Again, that's either a specific audience or you have turned this conversation to a very impersonal one. So if I'm listening to a script and the VA is supposed to be playing a speaker that's my friend, like, why would my friend call me they? Like, you know that I'm a she, right? So if I want to listen to, like, at that point, like, I would just listen to a 4F script if I want to be referred to as she. So when I'm looking for a 4A script, I don't want to be referred to as anything. Again, you can get around this by giving your character or the listener a nickname. Super easy thing to do. But otherwise, please keep your scripts gender neutral and with no pronouns of any kind if you are going to write a 4A script. But yeah, our next person is Laika.
I definitely do read other people's scripts, not as much as I want to, but enough that what I'm looking for is also generally technical stuff, though. I find when you're reading scripts for fun, or with the intention to record them, you kind of want to see a certain structure to them, just good line breaks and things like that. But I'm never looking for anything really in particular. I do this to entertain people, and I would like to be entertained as well, I suppose. So I just kind of hope that everything is gonna be good.
And Timeraft is next.
But I'm kind of like you, Blue. I don't listen to or I don't read a whole lot of them. Typically, if I'm absorbing somebody else's work, it's being filtered through the VA that's reading it. But I do read quite a few. I'm a big fan of every writer in this chat. Like, you guys are all really good. And I'm a really big fan of Turtle Shark and Foggy Sea. But those are kind of the ones, like, if they post and I see it, I'll definitely at least skim through it. But typically, yeah. I try to learn from other people, but I also try to keep my own voice, so it's kind of a balance. But it's always neat to see how different people kind of avoid different things in different ways. Because everybody's kind of got their own way of writing, like an A for A script without using the genders. Because that's kind of tricky to do. So I like to see how different people will do that.
Yeah,
but yeah,
again, it can be a little bit tricky. That's kind of why I recommend in those cases, if you're having some difficulty, give the listener a nickname. Honestly, I think it's a really easy.
That's a smart idea. I don't think I've ever tried that.
Yeah. And last we have Esme.
Yay, it me. I do read scripts by other writers. Usually kind of just in my downtime when I'm scrolling through Reddit, I'll kind of pop over and see, what folks are up to, just checking their progress and everything. And quite frankly, despite my personality, I'm usually far too actually shy to, like, comment or reach out or anything. So for me, it's more of a, like, yay, look, they're doing so good, or, like, hey, look, But that's basically me, and I'll listen to it through audio fills as well and everything. The things I guess I tend to look for in the scripts are the pinnacles of what I consider ASMR script writing. Good characters, good dialogue, and how well they implement the scenery into things. If I find a script where the scenery kind of isn't described, or isn't really participating in anything, as weird as that sounds, that tends to throw me because I can't enjoy the dialogue while I'm sitting there thinking, well, are they floating in space? Are they about to get hit by but what's happening here, It's those little things that kind of hook into my brain that don't let me enjoy the rest of the script. If the characters are wooden, okay, fine. If the dialogue is clunky, okay, fine. If there's no scenery or grounding, I can't do it. But that's just my take.
Kind of a weird tangent, actually, from what you said regarding the setting. Back when we were doing our collab month event, we had this little funny thing with the mods where we were coming up with names for our groups, and there was one group that we put together that ended up getting dissolved and put into other groups, but one of the things that a lot of the people wanted to do were villains, but the setting was not the same, because we tried to make sure that everybody's tastes were taken into consideration, but none of them had the same setting that they liked. Some of them wanted to do modern, some wanted to do fantasy, so there was no overlap there. And so we kind of called the group Villains in the Void, because we're like, where are they? It's like, where's the setting? We don't know.
I mean, that's just generally good writing advice in general, is if you want to make your story more grounded, make the scenery a character. Let it have reactions. It's like, oh, they're talking about spooky stuff, let the wind pipe up and be like, hey, you're about to get knifed, lady. Not literally, but add to the ambiance of sorts. Or if there's a storm or the ocean waves are rolling in and everything, let the scenery chew itself so your characters can play off of it. It's a lot of fun, Villains in the Void, I love that.
So unfortunate that we had to dissolve that group, but it was one that we thought of.
Where the heck are y'all? We don't know.
Where are we?
We don't know. We got lost in KFC.
All right. Our last VV question for our VAs. How do you avoid getting a booming sound with your voice during recording? Or how do you properly eliminate it with editing? I think they may be called bass frequencies. Like us first.
That's easy. I just kind of whisper awkwardly and talk really quietly and act so embarrassed of the words coming out of my own mouth that nothing ever peaks. Sorry, no, I got nothing.
How about you, Fuik? Do you have anything?
Experiment with different plugins, because there are a bunch out there. Reaper is a good set of plugins. I can't think of anything in particular outside of just trying different plugins.
I guess that's what we'll do. I don't know if you want to put it in the chat in case Vivi sees it later. Meanwhile, actually no, never mind, we have another Vivi question. I forgot because, we added one more for the writers. So when you write, do you choose some specific lines or words with the intention of attracting the listener's attention, or do you follow your heart, etc.? Timeraft is first.
So the question is, like, specific phrases, specific words?
I guess so.
Yeah. So one thing I have a bad habit of doing is sneaking song lyrics into a script. And I have like kind of a weird enough taste in music that most people, it kind of flies over their head sometimes. I did write a script with like this orc wizard lady and all of her spells were Bruce Springsteen lyrics. And sometimes I don't even do it intentionally. I'm just like, oh, that's a cool idea. And then I realize later I stole it from a song. But yeah, I don't really have any specific thing that I would use to like make somebody interested, I guess.
Perfectly fine. Like us next.
Definitely follow your heart, but I do tend to err on the side of alliteration. I try to pick things that sound decent, when you speak them, as opposed to something that just like it feels right because it sounds good, though, I guess.
And Esme is next.
Okay. I usually kind of just follow my heart. I think I've made it pretty clear throughout all of this that I mostly write for myself and to just kind of make other people happy. Now, I will admit, I consider myself kind of in that weird subspace of weirdo where I can kind of awkwardly walk over to another lunch table and be like, hey, you guys want to talk about anime or something stupid like that? So I like to think that just because I'm out here having fun and everything, that's what tends to attract listeners' attention or readers' attention. Like Fiyuki said, it's like, I'll just throw in some K-pop lyrics. I won't. I don't know a lot about K-pop. Please forgive me. But, I'll throw stuff in there where it's like, haha, that was a fun meme, or like, just having fun, just letting readers know, hey, we're kind of, we're in this together, right? We're all in the same group. I'm not above you. I'm not some mythical figure. I'm just some idiot writing memes, right? But it's definitely an act of the heart.
So I kind of have a very different approach to this, specifically when it comes to my villain characters. I kind of talked a little bit about it over in one of the channels in our Discord when somebody had asked me about how I write my villain characters, and I'm very particular about how I write specific lines, especially when it comes to something like manipulation. A couple of things that I like to consider is when a character is manipulating someone, I like to use a particular technique where I word things very like fluffily, if that makes sense, where you take a concept or you take a specific thing and make it sound a lot less threatening than it actually is. So you can have a character, instead of saying, oh, like you're my, I guess, my new subject or you're my customer, you can say, no, you're my guest, right? Like, so you can kind of make it seem a little bit nicer. Something that I had talked about before was my villain makes you feel wanted script, where the speaker refers to the action of kidnapping the listener as, again, like inviting them over, like, or bringing them here, as opposed to actually kidnapping them. But then when you're trying to, or when that character is trying to make the listener think ill of the others in their hero group, they start using the term like, oh, your friend allowed you to get kidnapped, to kind of shift that negativity over to those characters as opposed to themselves. So that's kind of, again, my personal technique. Like, I'm very specific about how I write certain things with my speakers if they're trying to manipulate. And again, I go in more depth over there in the Discord. I could probably find it over there. I think it's under like inspiration sharing channel, if you can find it. But that's my personal take on it. So next, we have a lot of not questions now. This is for everyone. How can people doing commissions and people purchasing commissions keep themselves safe and avoid scams? Our first person is Leica.
Definitely use a oh my gosh. Sites like Fiverr or Upwork, they do take a cut of what you do, but they're puppy, please stop barking. I'm so sorry. They do take a cut of what you make, but they are very safe for trying to make sure it. I'm sorry. I think I have to take my dog out. I'm so sorry.
That's fine.
Like,
We'll get
can
back to you.
me?
Yeah, so while like us doing that, let's move to a Timeraft.
Yeah, as far as scams go, if you give me a bad vibe, I'm just not going to do business with you. Like I've had some people reach out to me for like all kinds of stuff where I'm like, this seems kind of scammy, and I'm like, yeah, I'm just not going to do that. I don't need $20 that badly. Um, But yeah, I only recently realized that if you if you do like the right thing when you donate to my Ko-Fi or purchase a script from my Ko-Fi, you get an email with like my actual name because that's on my PayPal, and I probably need to get that fixed. So yeah, if anybody has any tips on that, let me know.
Also, a weird tangent. Is it Ko-Fi or coffee? I always call it coffee.
I pronounce everything wrong, so it's probably
Because I mean, they have little coffee cups, right?
Wait, you guys don't call it kafefe? Oh, no.
KOFI.
Oh,
don't know.
Los
Lord.
Angeles.
I
My
pronounce
English.
It coffee. I pronounce it coffee because there's little coffee cups. Okay, that's my logic behind that. Anyway, Esme.
Oh, my time to shine. I have been a freelance writer for 20 years, baby. Sorry. Right, contracts. Always make sure if you're not on a site like Upwork, Fiverr, Freelancer.com, or any of the other ones that have built in safety nets and everything, that you have a contract. You can get templates online, or you can have a lawyer draw you one up for pretty dang cheap for the most part. Never do business outside of Upwork and Fiverr if you are taking a contract from those. They cannot protect you if you do any work outside of that. Aside from that, there is the typical not so pleasant things where it's like if you're getting, a request from somebody that doesn't have the best English grammar or grammar in general, double check the email. I know that sounds horrible, but that tends to be a pretty standard trademark of scammers. Make sure your contract has things in place for emergencies. Like, well, okay, what if they don't pay the other part of it? Or what if they steal it? Or etc. Just have a good contract. Practice in a place that is safe. Understand how many, rewrites or redos of lines you are willing to commit to. And research. If you're not sure, always research. Google will get you to some places. There are sites where you can verify if these people are legitimate businesses or not. And, if you're not sure, just ask somebody in the community. I'm always happy to answer questions since I've been through the ringer plenty of times in my career. But have a contract is the big one. And never do more than you are willing to lose out on are the big takeaways, I would say. Hopefully that is helpful.
And next we have Fuyuki.
So, in terms of commissions, I've mostly done work through Fiverr. I've also commissioned through Fiverr itself. I think that using websites is a good methodology. Upwork, Fiverr, as mentioned, are really good places to start. I have commissioned art from Twitter. Now, this was without a contract. Fortunately, it was an artist that pretty well known, so I kind of had like a trust factor in them. But I mean, that doesn't always guarantee that the person could uphold what they say, right? Um, I would often say you shouldn't commission more than what you can afford to lose, right? Because you never know what could happen. So that would be my only methodology and approach to commissioning is like, don't spend an absurd amount of money that like, you have a hard time getting that money back, right? You want to make sure that it's nothing that's gonna hurt you in the long run.
Are you back yet?
I am indeed.
All right.
If it wasn't already stated, if you don't have something in place where the website is collecting the money on your behalf and then giving it to you on delivery, PayPal goods and services invoices should theoretically afford you the necessary protections. And coming from the VTuber side of things, there's a site VGEN.co that might have some additional. It's another platform like Fiverr and Upwork and whatever, where there are some pretty reputable people to get artwork or to do voice work or things like that.
I don't actually have a lot to add to this because I don't really do commissions. But I will say, because I have used, well, I'm going to still call it coffee. Okay. We can all disagree on how to pronounce it. I know someone said it's apparently Kofi, but I think coffee sounds better. So using PayPal, I've noticed, and I've tested it out with a friend. If you are linking your PayPal to a lot of these sites, what happens sometimes is that if you are paid by someone, it can show up on their your bank history later on, your actual legal name. I don't know if this applies to everyone who uses it, but I've heard, at least from a friend who has sent me something, that my legal name has shown up on their end when they sent me money. So
That is true. I
yeah.
think it is across the board. But PayPal does allow you to sign up for a business account.
It still happens with a
That you
business
can
account.
really,
Yeah.
even
Well,
if
the thing
you.
is, it won't show up on PayPal itself, but if you check your bank, like your bank app, and it
Oh,
says, like the
really?
transfers, it'll tell you what their legal name
Okay.
is. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
you
be
can
really
change the
careful with
name
it.
of the settings, but I think
Hmm.
for legal reasons, if you're paying out from your bank, it's like no, because that's technically fraud.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's icky.
Mm.
Yeah. So that's kind of why I decided to not do it anymore. I just do Throw now. So
I've
again,
I've noticed not as like on his end of the Ko-Fi coffee thing, he's figured out a way to keep his PayPal from showing his actual name.
yeah,
Because
like I said,
I'll get like
it's
an
not an
email.
issue on PayPal itself. It's when you check the bank history. Like if you go to your
Yeah.
personal banking app and you sent somebody something, their legal name will show up on there. So it's not on like the business PayPal. So it's separate, but it still shows, unfortunately. So just be very careful about it.
If you set up the account as a business
No,
account, it
that's what I'm saying.
should.
Like again, it's
Yeah.
not because like
I wonder if that
it's
shows if you've got your PayPal connected to your credit card.
yeah, that's
Because I know
the
that's
issue.
another
Yeah, like
option too.
when the PayPal is connected to your credit card, if that person checks their bank history, your legal name will show up on the
Mhm.
banking app, not on PayPal itself, even if you're using a business account. So again, be careful about it. Um, anyways, let's move on to our next question from Not. What goes into creating a collab between VAs, and in what ways is it different from a collab between writers? I'm going to treat this as a question for everybody. Um, let me do the randomizer. Esme is first.
Well, it's kind of a hard thing. With any kind of collaboration, you kind of have to set aside like any egos and find a nice way to sort of meet in the middle and everything, which I think is probably what VAs go through as well. I just I think from my perspective, I've always seen a little bit more chaos from the writer side of collaboration than the VA side and everything. But I'm pretty sure that's literally just because every VO collab I've seen has had the scripts done, so it's just a timing thing. Um, really, I just think it's kind of like setting aside your ego, finding the timing to come together, and not being the kid in the group project that, doesn't do anything and shows up and gets an F question mark. But that's my take on it.
Leica, you're next.
I think what Esme said is really on the mark. Voice actor collabs seem to make more sense, happen more efficiently because the scripts are done. Um, you have to have a certain amount of self-discipline as well as putting aside your egos to just say like I'm not going to be the kid who does nothing on the group project. Um, and if not everyone has the same level of investment in the collaboration, I feel like sometimes you can find yourself getting really frustrated really easily, and it's that's not good. So put aside the frustration as well. Just kind of accept that some people treat it as more of a hobby, and some people treat it as more of a passion, and some people treat it as something else.
Next is Fuyuki.
So with collabs, I would say that it's good to establish a baseline of how you want to handle communication. So say let's get an idea about, hey, do you want these lines by a certain time? What's your workflow look like? And get a good idea about what the other person's process is, and then work together on deciding when you can get certain lines done, or even re-recording lines if they don't fit. Um, so I mean, it's more or less a matter of communication. I haven't found it to be too complicated. Granted, I haven't done that many collabs, and the ones that I've done have been pretty straightforward. Where me and this other person are great. I send them lines, or I'll ask them to send me lines, and then I will edit and upload, or they will edit and upload, and that's it.
So I actually have a very extensive experience with collabs. If you have joined our Discord, or if you've actually checked, he's no longer called Seth VA anymore. He renamed his channel to Modern Day Mage, I believe. If you have seen the big collab, the villains play White Elephant with you as the gift. So I was actually the person that organized this, and I kind of saw this. I guess I have the perspective of seeing how to coordinate between both the VAs and the writers. The biggest difference is that I feel that with VAs, it's a little bit more, I don't want to say liberal with the time that you can allow to post things, because they can do things on their own and post all of their works into like a big Google Doc. But when you're working with writers in a collab, a lot of the times you have to both, or several, you have to be online, because if you're doing a collab where each person has one character that they're writing, you all kind of need to coordinate how the conversations are going to go, because you can't just, have one person have this character talk and then you have to wait a couple hours for somebody else to come in to write an answer to whatever your character is saying. So you need to really coordinate with your writers to work on collabs when you have several characters involved, because again, like, you're having a conversation. It feels like a conversation between people, and you kind of have to treat the collab like that conversation. So again, make sure that you coordinate with your writers if you're going to be working with several writers, and find a time that works for everybody. Also, another thing you can do is get in a VC together, so you can kind of talk things over, so you're not just typing out issues that you might have with what they're doing, or saying like, hey, maybe we should take it in this direction. Another thing to do is make sure that you have your notes ready to go before you start writing, so that everybody's on the same page. Very similar to the VC aspect, so everybody knows what they're supposed to be doing and when they're supposed to be doing it. So last we have Timeraft.
I don't really have a lot to add to this. I've only collabed once, and that was for that event, and that was just kind of, there wasn't really anything riding on that. We were just kind of goofing around. So yeah, I've never collabed when there was like money involved, and I probably wouldn't. Like, if somebody were to approach me and say, "Hey, you want to work on some writing together?" I'd be like, "All right," but we can't make it anything that actually matters, or I don't want to go back to those college group of projects or nothing.
Another good thing to say is make sure that everybody pulls their weight in the collab. Always try to make sure everybody gets things done on time. And also make sure to have deadlines too, just so that you're not waiting around for other people. And our next question from Not is, do you feel your other artistic pursuits have helped you when creating this kind of content? Why or why not? Like us first.
My artistic pursuits are strictly writing pursuits. So, but that being said, the majority of writing experience I have, like, everything builds on itself. And I think, like, I studied screenwriting in college, and I think that really helps a lot of the ASMR RP script writing, and just every yeah, essentially. And my time as a writer sort of informs how I try to approach things as a voice actor as well, which ends up kind of, I don't know if I overthink things, but it definitely influences it.
Esme is next.
Me. I kind of think that my entire life has just sort of helped with creating this sort of content. I've always been into cartoons, animation, movies, and everything as a little kid. And then I got into, martial arts and battle choreography. And every single one of these aspects, and many more in my life, find their way into scripts, one way or another. And I think that's kind of important, is just having a little bit of yourself in there with whatever you do. So, for me, writing is just what I do. I'm just a robot built to write, and everything else is for that purpose. And I'm pretty happy with it, even if it sounds crazy.
I'm next with this. Honestly, I mean, I don't really have much to say to this, just because, again, I used to write fanfics a lot back in the day. So I guess it kind of helped me to get used to writing dialogue, just with all that experience. But otherwise, that's kind of the only type of content that I ever made before doing this type of content in this community. I listened to a lot of other people's works before I started writing my own and posting them on Script Haven. So, yeah, that's just my personal take on that. Timeraft is next.
So my main non-writing thing that I do is photography. I really like taking pictures of old, kind of broken down places, or going deep into the woods. Just real goth emo kind of junk. And a lot of times, if you're reading something I wrote and it's really emphasizing the location, it's probably loosely based on a location I've been to. Because I'll be driving around somewhere and I'll see something that just looks cool, and I'll stop and wander around and take pictures of it. I think that helps me kind of create a sense of atmosphere and location, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, that's kind of my main thing there.
And last we have Fuyuki.
So I might need to step out after this question, but in terms of creativity outside of what I currently do, I think that I did do graphic design for quite some time. I've always enjoyed designing things. I have always loved writing. Poetry is how I started my channel, so I always like to add, even at the end of my audios, some little poetic prose or something very sweet and sincere at the end of things. And then the whole creativity aspect of creating videos is just fun to me, right? Because you can honestly do whatever you want, and you can limit test in ways that no other VAs do. And I like that idea of presenting things that nobody does. For example, I really use a lot of memes in my audios sometimes. And so thinking back on it, I'm there's probably not any other VA that will actually throw in a soundbite of an actual meme in their audio, right? And it's little things like that that I just enjoy having the liberty of just throwing things out there and seeing what makes people giggle, or oh, that was cool, it stands out, it's unique, things like that.
All right, awesome. Well, if you are going to be leaving, thank you so much, Fuyuki, for joining us. It was a pleasure to have you.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. I'll see you all later.
We will see you all. All right, we are down to 4 people, so I guess I'm gonna start answering more questions just to take up the time. Let me fix up the randomizer again. So I guess all the VA questions are gonna go to like after this.
Oh
Good
god,
luck,
I'm
biker.
terrified.
Good luck.
No pressure. No pressure. Oh my gosh. But yeah, we're all the writers here basically now. But
I mean, we could start bullshitting. It's fine.
if you want to,
So about being a
we're
VA.
gonna do let's do a VA questions, wrong answers only.
Yeah, I like to scream just as loud as possible. Just for 12
Very healthy
hours.
for
I
your
just like
voice.
screaming. Yeah.
Oh
I scream like a crow, like a baby crow that hasn't been fed in days. It works great.
All right, so now we're back to the dark and twisted question, which was for VAs. How do you pace your dialogues? Do you plan how many seconds to leave for a listener answer?
I am atrocious at pacing. It's something that I'm still trying to learn. So definitely don't count seconds. Definitely just panic.
I don't know if anyone wants to give wrong answers for this.
Oh, I mean, okay, I have recorded some things. Admittedly, here's a big shocker to absolutely no one. I do actually record most of my scripts and then immediately delete them after I've uploaded 2. So I might be able to answer if that counts.
Yeah, if you want, go for it.
I mean, you kind of gave the answer earlier. It's just kind of imagining a conversation, you know? Like, I just talk to myself, basically, and sort of keep that in mind. But it's not always easy. It's just kind of like hey, I'm gonna stab you. Alright, how many seconds is appropriate for a terrified scream? 5? Cool, got it. It's really just kind of finding your own flow, I think.
Also, I think from the writer perspective, some of us kind of have in mind how many seconds, or at least how much of a pause we want to have between certain lines. Like, for instance, what I do, sometimes I'll indicate in the script if I want it to be like a short pause or a long pause, because sometimes I kind of think, oh, this would sound better in my head if the character had to think for a second and then had to be called out and they just forgot. You're like, oh yeah, like I had to say something, right? So sometimes in that case, again, like from the writer's side, I feel at least we in our heads sort of have that idea.
Yeah, definitely. It's tricky. Like with all of my pauses, I don't just go pause anymore. And my fiance like apparently loves this. He's just like, it's always pause ... or just exclamation mark times. I really want to leave it open so people can interpret it as they want. But that's kind of about the guideline that I use.
One thing I see a lot in general from like newer VAs that are kind of just starting out, and I don't know nothing about recording or anything, but in general, I think it seems like a really thing a lot of people when they're early on do is they don't give the script time to breathe. Like, you know, they'll read through it like, and it's like reading a book without any like line spacing. They just kind of keep going.
Yeah, the
Just, like,
single
give it a
lines.
little-
Yeah, I've noticed this
Give it a
too
little time.
sometimes. I think it's also kind of an issue, again, for the newer VAs a lot of the time, where sometimes I'll hear them say a line and then just immediately go into the next one. I'm like, whoa, just calm down. Like, I don't feel like I can actually hear myself giving an answer to this character. So yeah, like, just take some time to breathe.
Yeah, guys, like, you know, in Yandere scripts, how it's always like, oh, you're finally awake? Like, even Rayloff and Skyrim took a little bit of a break after, oh, you're finally awake, okay? It's alright, just chill. Alduin's not here
Good enough
just
for
yet.
Rayloff. It's good enough for you.
Yeah!
Also, I guess also on the other end, I don't think I've seen it too often, but there have been a couple times where, like, it feels a little bit awkward for how long they leave it up. But I think the issue is more on the end of they don't take enough time for the listener to answer.
Yeah. Well, I mean, dialogue is hard, but it's the crux of this particular form of writing, is getting the dialogue. down. And if you're not really good at dialogue or talking to people or just, it can be a rough start for sure. I'm not good at talking to people at all. But writing dialogue is very different from speaking it. And I think that's kind of part of the problem, because it'll read one way, but then they'll just sit there and be like, all right, I'm going to rapid fire this. Let's go. So it's hard. It's hard finding that medium ground, but I kind of I like the fact that we have a community that feels welcoming enough to where somebody could go to the script writer and be like, hey, what does this kind of sound like in your head?
Written English is a lot different from spoken English.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Very much. And also a great thing that you mentioned there, Esme, because I did this with Not, and it's also on this channel. Very much reach out to me or any other writer who has said that they would do this, but I am very willing to get in a VC with you and do some kind of, coaching for what I want from my script. If you want, directly from the writer themselves to tell you, okay, how do you want me to voice this? I will do that for my own work. I don't know if you guys would do it, but I absolutely
Oh, yeah,
would.
totally. Yeah, no, I'm always happy to help out with, writing stuff if I can. Just ask to DM me first. I'm golden.
Yeah, just reach out to anybody and see if they're willing to, sit there with you and tell you exactly how they want a particular line to sound. Because sometimes when we write in the script itself, we might imagine something in our head. We might not even put, a tone indicator or whatever, but we still have a particular way that we imagine the line being said. So again, if you can have us there, we'll be there to help you.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, let us move on to another Not question for our writers. Do you have any advice for VAs who'd like to try gender flipping a script? Timeraft is first.
I try to write my stuff so it's generally pretty easy to do that. But yeah, I mean, in my opinion, if I write one that's A for A and you're like, I want to explicitly make this F for F or something like that, just go ahead, go in there, change around some of the pronouns. Whatever feels right to you. I'm pretty okay with that. And I mean, if you're really concerned, you can DM me and I'll happily, go in and tweak whatever you think I need to tweak to make it the gender flipping you'd like. Yeah.
Leica is next.
100% the same thing. If it's an A for A and it's just a matter of taking a word here and there, I generally trust that a voice actor is going to use a word that's inoffensive. But I'm also always willing to. I think I have that in my TOS on my little master list doc. Just DM me if you need anything. Don't be afraid to send that scary DM to someone to collaborate as long as they're open to it.
Yes, and also, again, on our Discord, we do have a little thing you can add for your tags to say whether DMs are allowed or not. You can also just reach out by pinging if that person's okay with it. Catch them when they're online, just to see if they can answer questions for you. Next is Esme.
I mean, I'm pretty much in the same boat. I've allowed gender flipping basically since I, started this and everything. And I try usually to write it in a way where it can, even if it's M for F. I do a lot of M for stuff because I like writing himbos, I guess. I don't know. Don't judge me, Blue, please. But I try to make it easy enough to where, they can rewrite it to suit themselves. But if it's difficult, just let me know. Absolutely. I have some people who are like, hey, is it okay if I gender flip this? And I'm like, yeah, I mean, it's right there in the TOS, but I super duper appreciate you reaching out and everything. Just just DM me, like, if you're like, okay, this doesn't really flow right, or it doesn't really sound the same. I more than likely will be like, alright, give me 15 minutes if I'm available, and we'll get it done, right? Just reach out. Not a big deal at all.
Yeah, pretty much what everyone else is saying. Again, most important thing is consider whether it's in this person's terms of use or terms of service. Make sure that they even allow it in the first place. And if not, you can just reach out to them directly and see what they can do. Something that I actually have in my terms of use that I haven't really had anyone ask me for this, but it's there. If you need help for gender swapping something, or if you want to make one of my 4A scripts into like a 4F or 4M or whatever, reach out to me. I will help you rewrite it if you need me to. Like, I am personally down to do that if you need me to help out. Don't feel like don't feel like that you're alone in this and saying, oh, I have to do this myself. Again, I'm more than willing to help you make it the way that you want it to be made.
Yeah, like in general, I feel like, if the writer has an open DM policy, like, feel free to DM them. They're not going to get mad at you. In fact, we're all desperately lonely.
So we're on the Discord, guys.
Why would you give away our trade secrets?
This is why we have the Discord, everybody.
Gosh dang.
Yes.
Now everybody's gonna know. They're gonna know we're losers.
We're all here. We're all the goobers in Gooberland. Come and join us.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Next question is from Ash Moth Audio. If you're doing commissions, be it for voice acting, writing, editing, or art, what is or how do you figure out reasonable prices? Our first person is Leica.
There's some some element of competitive pricing, seeing what other people are charging for what you're doing. And there's also a matter of just not undervaluing yourself, your work, your time. It really depends on where you are, because some people, like, the cost of living is very different. So it's weird to say, like, if it's going to take you an hour to write a script, base it on minimum wage for an hour's work, because it's not always the same, and it's not always like X cents per word, like in professional capacities. So I think it's just a matter of what you're comfortable receiving is probably okay. Don't be afraid to charge more for your work, because you're worth it, because it's stuff that comes from your heart. But that's it. Look at what else is out there and kind of base it on that, probably is the most concrete advice I've got.
And Timeraft is next.
So I have mine set up. I kind of just haphazarded it into a system that worked for me. But basically, I've got 2 tiers for, like, I've actually got 3 tiers. Like, my top tier is like the $24. I'll write you a thing and you keep it. I don't post it publicly. It's like on your channel. Because that's a big thing. Like, some people want something that, a lot of VAs feel like, they're all doing the same scripts. They want something that they can just have on their channel exclusively. And then for, I believe it's $12. If you're, like, established and you're getting, like, say, 10,000 views on each video, I'll write you a script for $12, and then after 60 days, you post it. I post it for everybody to use. And then I've got a second tier for, like, people that are just starting out, where I'll do it for, like, $6. I didn't used to have the middle tier, but, like, some people it got just to be too much. because I was kind of the mind I'm going to do this anyways, so I'm not going to charge too much for it. But I got way too many $6 ones, and I wasn't able to keep up with them, so I raised the price a little bit, but I kept the lower tier for like people that are just starting out and maybe want something of their own. But that's just how I do it.
Yeah. I'm technically next. Like I mentioned before, I do not do commissions, so I'm not really the best person to ask this question. However, I will say again, like others, but know your worth, and especially I feel as you progress and become, I guess, more prolific in your work, don't be afraid to increase your prices because I mean, you've been doing this for a long time, you've been learning, and I think it's also beneficial for other people as well. If you're able to increase your price, or everybody's able to increase their prices, because I mean, if you're just doing, you know, like dirt cheap bare minimum prices for great quality work, like those people might be less incentivized to go to someone else. So I would say, again, like increase, the prices if you feel like, that you're worth more than what you're putting out there. But again, Esme probably has a better answer to this, so we'll get to you next.
Well, I think the thing is honestly, you are really better off kind of looking around at just a few different pools to figure out what a good baseline is. You can look at Upwork, for example, to see what people there are kind of going. That's usually your upper echelon, few like years in and everything. That can kind of give you an idea of where to eventually aim. Fiverr is a good place to kind of look. Within the community is a good place to look. And you can even go to sites like Indeed or something, maybe even something more specialized, and kind of get an idea. I won't lie to any of you. Starting out, sometimes you do have to do a lot of things pro bono to just build your portfolio and everything. If you are in that scenario and you do want to build your portfolio, my advice is to try a bunch of everything and do things that you legitimately like, because you may as well be getting something out of it, right? Do raise your prices the more established you give, because you are worth it, and people often take advantage of bottom tier prices because people are cheap sometimes in that regard. You have to ultimately decide for yourself what's going to work for you, what you can live on or what you cannot live on. If this is a full-time thing or a part-time thing. It is definitely a lot. What I can advise is look at those different sources, have an idea about where you want to go, and start building your portfolio if you want to do this seriously in the future. Because the more you build that up, the better it's going to be in the long run. And, I don't thank my younger self for a lot of things, but building a portfolio early on is definitely one of the things that really helped me out in the end. Hopefully that's helpful.
I know that Alex mentioned in the chat, if you can ask a question about comms in chat. Again, like I said, we do have our list of questions. You can add it. Maybe we'll get to it after the next question while we're working on that. But yeah, feel free to send it, just because, I mean, there's fewer of us now. So just to fill the time, I guess. But yeah, feel free to send that in. But in the meantime, let's move on to our next question. From SimEP2BF. Is there back and forth between scriptwriters and VAs regarding content? I'm aware that writers are notified or asked permission to use the script, but is there an exchange of constructive criticism, or is it mostly lifting each other up? Timeraft is first.
I want to say that there kind of isn't a lot of that, and honestly, I kind of wish there was. Like, I'd really like for there to be like, hey, I want to do this one, but I want to maybe change this part, or next time you do X, maybe try Y. I'd love more feedback. Like, I crave feedback. Because otherwise, I don't know what I'm doing. So there isn't, like, there's some people that, like, I got a couple I got a couple people that like return to me a lot for commissions and scripts and stuff, and they're pretty. There's a lot of back and forth there, but in general, like I want to hear what you think. What made you look at this one? Why do you like it? What do you want more of? You know, but that's just me. I'm a chatty dude, so I don't know if I speak for everyone there, but I'd like a little more back and forth than just, hey, I did this one. Thanks for posting it. Maybe they throw something on your Ko-Fi.
Well, the good thing is that we have 3 more people to add their own take on this. Esme, you're next.
I'm kind of with Timeraft on this. Like, there's communication for sure and everything, but criticism doesn't really seem to be kind of as open and shut. And I think even on the subreddit shall not be named, they say no criticism unless requested. So that's kind of unfortunate and everything. I always try to lift up people as best I can, both scriptwriter wise and like VA wise. If somebody asks me, hey, what worked, what didn't, I will give my feedback as respectfully as possible. Gosh, it was so long ago, but on Twitter I did this silly thing where literally I was talking to AJ in chat and I was like, F it, I'm just gonna make like a VA lift every Friday or something. And we did that for a while. I'd be like, hey, tagging this person because they're really good and so on. And I think it kind of just unfortunately, fell apart after I started getting sicker and everything. But I'd like for the lift up to be there. I'd like for the communication to be up there more. I'm just not really sure what else I personally can do. Besides state right here and now, constructive criticism is welcome, and communication is always open with me.
Luckily, I am next because I really want to talk about this. So again, unfortunately, before the Discord, I feel like there was very little between, I guess, communication between scriptwriters and VAs. And again, like I said, if you want to check that out on our first podcast, we did talk about this too here, where it's gotten better with the Discord, where we actually can directly talk to a lot of people in real time, or just DM them or send them a ping or whatever, and they can get back to us about something. And again, like I mentioned before, one of our events, the one for this month, is our Upvote November month event, where you can post whatever script you want in that channel, and people can go upvote it there on our, or on the channel itself, and it'll show up on our starboard. You can also go and upvote it on Reddit, just so that more people might see it in the future. So again, we've kind of been trying to push this whole thing. We also did this for VAs as well, where we tried to push the smaller VAs who were under 2K subs at the time. I think it was about 2K subs. So we're trying to really push the idea of, hey, there's a lot of people out there. We should go and support them, right? So again, we're trying our best to do that. We're trying to build relationships between both sides and kind of close the gap, per se. But it's a little difficult when there's people not on the Discord and just talking to us over through Reddit or whatever, because again, it's very limited conversation between us. Again, most of the time it's VA picks up a script, they fill it, post it over there. Sometimes they don't even post it or send it to us. Unfortunately, we have to find it by looking up our own names on YouTube or on Google. I found several fills that I had not been aware of by doing that. So again, please send your writers your fills. But yeah, when they do, a lot of times just here, like, I liked this script, I filled it, and then writer says, hey, awesome, thank you, and maybe tell them, how great it was or whatever. But again, it was mostly limited, but again, hopefully our Discord is helping out with that, and other Discords as well. Leica, you are next.
Constructive criticism, please. I'm definitely in that boat as well, with not having a lot of communication one way or the other. I'm trying to get better about it when I do read someone else's script to if they've asked, do a this works at least. Um it's a nice personal touch too if you can compliment like a line in particular or a concept or something. Like it's I'm not saying you need to appeal to people's egos, but like sometimes uplifting people is really just it's nice. It's really nice. And everyone could use it now and again. So the Discord helps. The Discord helps.
Yes, Discord definitely helps. So let's actually do the question that Alex sent in about the commissions. How important are turnaround times with commissions, and what should the balance between price and turnaround time be? And if those times are crazy unstable, is it fair to work for free? In regards to the customer, I'm also mostly talking about audio editing comms. Timeraft, do you have anything?
Sorry about that. I cut out there for a second. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, it's in the chat. It's from Alex. How important are turnaround times with commissions, and what should the balance between price and turnaround time be? And if those times are crazy unstable, is it fair to work for free?
I've generally been of the opinion that, like I'm in a situation in my life where I really can't promise a time, and I'm very upfront about that. Like, if you approach me, I'm like, it could be, I'm going to try to get it to you within 2 months, but outside of that, it's very hard for me to promise because I'm not going to give you a product I don't like, and if I say, like, oh, I'll have it to you in a week, I could be sitting at the end of that week and be like, I want to change so much stuff. So I tend to be pretty open about that. That's really more of a VA question, though, I guess, because they're the ones that are usually waiting on it.
Yeah, unfortunately, two of our VAs left. But actually, something to add on top of this, we actually are going to be having some write-ins from both VAs and writers. I'll be posting that hopefully within, not this next coming week, but the following week. I have it due for Wednesday for them to send in their answers, but hopefully that they can get to this. I can add it to our questions. Actually put it on our list just in case. Over here. I guess like while we're doing that, Leica, if you want to answer, if possible.
Yeah. I while it may be fair to a client that you're working for free, I don't think it's ever fair to yourself to work for free. Not in like a violently like you need to charge for your work. You're super important. Go, 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 go. Just you deserve compensation for your skills. And like it's fair to work for free. It's not necessarily fair to yourself to work for free, I think is where I'm getting at. But as long as you're open with your client about the time frame of the commission, as long as they're okay with it, it should be fine. Like as long as there's just open communication. If you say upfront, like I might be a month, I might be 2 months. If they say that's fine, then if they decide it's not fine, that's on them. It's not on you. Like it's you just got to be open. You just have to communicate.
Okay, so I'm technically next here. So for me, I don't usually try to give too much time. Again, like I said, I don't do commissions, but I've done requests before for some VAs in the past. And what I like to do, sometimes I'll tell them, okay, I'll try to get it to you within like the next week or so, or I ask them themselves, when do you want this done? I don't outright say I'm going to give it to you in this amount of time. Other things I do is I just try to keep them posted on my progress. So what I'll do is I'll write notes out first and say, okay, this is what I have. You want to look at it? Tell me if there's anything you want me to change. So, man, keeping on top of things with them and just making sure that they're in the loop about where you are in terms of your progress, I think is the most important thing here. Because, again, they might have a deadline and you're going to want to try to fit that deadline. Sometimes, again, like I said, because I've only done this a few times with requests, my VAs have been, I guess, very chill about, or very liberal about the times that they want their scripts to be in. So, I mean, I've been able to work within, I guess, the confines of whatever time they gave me. But yeah, just most important thing is to make sure that they are always in the loop about where you are in terms of your progress. Esme, you are next.
Cool. So, usually with commissions, I start with 2 questions. What's your budget? When do you need it by? If they need it by a time that I would consider an emergency rush, like we'll say 2 days, right? 2 or 3 days, right? Then more than likely I will factor that in against their budget and everything, because that's basically me dropping a lot of other things to make sure they get what they want on time, first draft, so we can go over it and do any edits. Now, you know, I always try to keep people in the loop. My health is poor, so when I've had to kind of like step away or go to the hospital and everything, I make sure people are updated. And usually, you know, I'll say like, hey, I'm really sorry, maybe I can like give you a discount on the next one or an extra for free, because I like my clients. I like, you know, the people in this community, and it's like, you know, fair is fair, right? But yeah, just keep them in the loop is the big one. Communication is the bigger one. And then, you know, just holding yourself accountable, really, if you're not the best with your time management. But, don't work for free if you can't help it. Like, life is too short. I'm sorry. I know that's kind of a gross answer and everything, but it's your time, and you're not going to get it back, so you may as well either be profiting off of it or enjoying it. Maybe both, if you can get away with it.
All right, let's move on to our next question. I think this is a VA specific one, yes. So for Leica, do you have a specific routine to follow before recording, or is it practice reading?
Mostly practice. Practice makes some semblance of vaguely acceptable. Not perfect, that's for sure. No, I'm still kind of learning the VA side, so my idea of prepping is just a lot of deep breaths, a lot of doing things to keep calm, because I my forte is writing. It's I still don't know exactly what I'm doing.
I don't know, do our writers want to give wrong answers?
How wrong are we
I
talking?
don't know, as wrong as you want it to be.
Well, okay. So when I get into character to record, I basically terrify my roommates, because I guess I disassociate to the point where I become that character. And given some of my characters, you know, they'll hear me doing this like pre-Gara style breathe, like mouth breathing as I become an alien monster or something. So really my routine is just terrify my roommates, pretend to be a creep, and then wake up however long later when the recording is done and being like, well, that was fun. Let's listen to this before we delete it.
Alrighty. Next question is from Not Again. Also, I have to step out for maybe like 2 minutes, so I'll give you guys like the order that we have here, just so you guys can answer questions, because I'm lost with this one. It's going to be from Not for writers. As a scriptwriter, are there any special things you notice in fills that the average listener might miss? Our order is going to be Esme, then Leica, then Timeraft, then me, but I should be back by then, so take it away, guys.
we would notice that other listeners might not. Honestly, I think the thing that I notice the most about Phil's that maybe other listeners don't is inflection. Like how subtle certain inflections can change the entire course of the conversation before you even realize it. Or, how there will be some foreshadowing in the beginning and then you'll sit there and be like, what do you mean the murderous writer betrayed me? That's not cool. But it'll be there at the very beginning. And, you're so into the story and everything that you're almost offended on behalf of the listener because you're like, well, this sucks. I should have known better, right? It's little subtle things like that. And it's also like the little touches, like the little loving touches that VAs tend to put in on your scripts and other ones. I especially love it when you can tell they're trying really hard not to laugh at a funny line you wrote, and they're so desperate to just not. But it's hard sometimes. Like, as an example, Filthy VA did one of my, I think it's called a crossed line. I'm so friggin' sorry. It's a crossed line series and everything. And I wrote a line in there about the speaker like having a confused rage boner, basically. And anytime I listen to the recording now, I hear like Filthy kind of go like when he's reading it. But I don't know if anybody else noticed. I haven't seen it in the comments. Little things like that. But yes, I'll shut up now.
I um I think it's really the subtle inflection stuff because you know what your intention was with the line. So hearing them get that line right is just like, oh my god. Or hearing a different take on it can be equally cool, but you're acutely aware of all the weird subtle meanings of like strange one-off words that you were super excited to choose.
Also, I am back, so I can do this again. I don't know if you finished yours, Leica.
Yep.
Okay.
Timeraft has not come
Timeraft
yet.
next. Okay, Timeraft. I don't know if you're cutting out Timeraft or you're muted.
It's not muted. Unless Discord is telling lies, which it tends to do.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Timeraft. Okay, Timeraft, something. Oh, internet cut off. So I guess we'll skip to me for a second and then wait for Timeraft to get back on. So I really wanted to answer this question actually because I've had a very interesting experience with some of these, but it's less of, I guess, what listeners might miss in a way, because a lot of the time, they don't know what's going on in my head as a writer and how I imagine certain lines to be said. I really hate saying this sometimes because I know just how much people enjoy certain VA's works, but sometimes when I listen to a Phil, and again, this goes back to what I was saying about or at least the question that I gave you guys earlier regarding having a specific voice in your head. There are times where I've heard listeners say, oh my gosh, like this VA, like who did one of my works, saying like, you are like the definitive person like to do this, and in my head I'm like, not even close. I'm so sorry to say that, but like this is like not even close to what I was imagining. This person did something that I didn't really care for. Sometimes I think, no, like somebody else did this so much better and understood the assignment, I guess is the best way to put it. Sometimes I've also noticed, I guess a couple of times there's like little subtleties here and there with how I write specific tones for characters. So there's like a couple of, I guess, lines that come off as a little bit weird. I want to give one example. I'm not going to give the person's name, but it's somebody who did my Secret Encounters with the Villain series, part 1, who... There was a particular part in the script where the speaker, the listeners walking off after, like the speaker confesses and says that they like them, right? Or thinks that they're cute. And the line basically after where like the speaker's trying to make sure that the listener doesn't leave, in my head, this line is, or these subtle lines are supposed to sound like really intimidating, really sinister. But the way that this one VA did it, like it sounded like they were really desperate, right? They're just like, no, like don't leave me. But like in my head, I'm like, no, they're trying to sound scary, and trying, again, like it's supposed to be a very intimidating tone. But again, like maybe some listeners don't really catch that and they kind of think like, oh, like yeah, this sounds really good. But again, like in my head, it's coming off completely different from what I expected.
Desperation is an interesting angle for that, though. I will give it that.
Yes, it is a very interesting angle to take from that.
I like the idea where it's like stop versus stop.
Yes, like it's very interesting to see that. But yeah, like I said, in my head, I was like, no, this character has to sound like really scary. But this VA took it at a totally different angle, and I'm like, I appreciate that. But like I said, at the same time, again, I notice these things, but again, it's what's in my head that's different from what might be in someone else's head or a listener's head who don't even look at the script itself. So again, that's my take. I don't know if that was Timeraft coming back. Are you back? Or no?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay,
sorry.
cool.
That's going to happen sometimes. It's already happened like 3 or 4 times. That was just the first time it happened when I was talking.
Yes.
But I don't really have anything to add to that.
Okay, that's fine then. I guess we will move on to our next question. This is from Grain of Salt. Do ASMR for our one VA here. What do you usually do right before recording? Are there any preparations, warm-ups, or drinks?
I do try to drink water. I don't know. I know there are things you're supposed to drink and not drink, and I certainly cannot remember those things. Sheesh. I'm sorry. I was a poor choice for this.
It's perfectly fine. Weirdly enough, I actually have an answer to this. In that, because again, I was in the previous podcast, you could actually go check that because we had a very similar question. The consensus from the VAs was drink a lot of water, pretty much. That's kind of their preparation. I remember not mentioning something about how he'll go through a couple lines, try to voice them, different tones. We also did this in the video that was posted to this channel where he was doing part 3 of Choosing the Villain. Where he kind of did little like warm-ups, and we went through different sections of the script and looked for different tones, and he kind of tried to work with, I guess, different lines and see if it fit. And we had a really funny incident happening at the beginning where he slipped into like this weird British accent, and we had to catch that kind of early on and fix it, because I'm like, that's not consistent with parts 1 and 2. You had an American accent for this, so... So I mean, again, sometimes it takes a little bit.
He was undercover. There's your reveal, right? It's like, haha, I was actually British the whole time. That's like, oh, that's how you know he's the villain.
It's
no offense. No offense to my British friends watching this. I love you.
No, seriously. Okay, but seriously though, if you're British and you do villain voices, I mean, again, like. That's my thing, It's like, if you're able to pull off a good villain, I will listen to you. I don't know if anyone else has heard anything from VAs about this. No, maybe not. I guess we can move on to our next question. This one's probably for writers. Yeah, it is. What characters or topics do you think are interesting but don't get explored enough by many writers? I'm first, and I have a very interesting answer to this question. I'm gonna say not regular yanderes, but yanderes who are more than being a yandere. And and what I mean by this is, again, like the whole, as I brought it up, like oh, you're finally awake. Again, I have this really funny like bingo card that I made of yandere tropes that you hear in so many other people's works. And again, I get really sick of it because a lot of times it just feels like it's the same character being written over and over again. So when I try to write my yandere characters, I like to add a little bit more. So instead of just being a crazy yandere, character might be bratty, character might be kind of a little bit shy by comparison, you know. I want to add more depth to the character, kind of don't make the yandere aspect of them their entire personality. I want to see more of, like, as opposed to this is a yandere character with these couple of things here and there, I'd rather say this is a character who has little bits of yandere to them. I want a character first and foremost, and again, I wish more people would do this. I'm trying to do it myself, and whenever I do write yandere characters, I try to push this whole, like, more grounded in reality, quote unquote, if you can call it that, yandere character, who just has more to that than just the tropes. And I try to avoid a lot of those little things that I put into my bingo card. Let's see, Timeraft, did you have anything?
Yes, I do. We're on Grain of Salt's question, right?
Yeah, for writers.
So as far as topics go, this is kind of broad. And I don't want to like bring like politics or anything into this too much, but we're reaching out to, not really reaching out, but like our audience is typically young. They're lonely, and they're probably a little frustrated with their lives. And there's some very bad people that are aiming for the exact audience that we've kind of just stumbled into. And I wish that there was more of an effort to send positive messages. Like there's some, but like to kind of like encourage the audience to, you know, have more, like, get out there a little bit, have a little more empathy with other people, you know, try to, I don't know, like make more friends and stuff. I don't know where I'm going with this, but I guess what I'm saying is we share an audience that's a lot of like bad people are trying to reach. And I think there needs to be some effort to send out more of a counter message to that, if that makes any sense.
I think it does. Again, like you said, it's, I mean, kind of similar to what we were talking about before, regarding, you know, these very hardcore yandere type characters. I mean, again, like, I'm not gonna shame people for saying, you know, that they like that stuff, but at the same time, again, like, it is nice to have the variety, especially for the ones who aren't interested in that kind of content. Let's go with Esme next.
Okay, this is a hard question. I mean, similarly with yanderes, I don't think I've ever written one that's just that. Every yandere I've ever written has been a person that, for one reason or another, is this way. The important distinction is I never pretend like they're not wrong in their actions and everything. I feel... Okay. I have written some serious material, some very dark things out there and everything that I've talked about, some pretty harsh subjects that probably can't get mentioned here and everything. But the thing that really got me, that's terrified me, actually gave me a panic attack, was bringing up one of those subjects and everything and having a commenter say, oh, this has actually been really therapeutic for me. And then they mentioned that they actually took that video to their therapist and everything. And the therapist was like, yeah, this is an okay way to potentially heal. And I just broke. Like, I want these things to be explored more, and I know I can do it, but it's not therapy. Like, I'm not qualified to do that and everything. That's what scares me, is I want to be out here writing about these subjects, giving people catharsis, guidance, something. But I'm not smart enough to do it on that level. I wish I was, but I hope more people that are more qualified than me do explore what Timeraft was talking about, because as much as I love doing it, that broke me for a long time. I felt like I had done something intensely wrong. I've been assured that I didn't, but, I do wish that these were more explored so it was more out there and I didn't feel as alone, I guess. Hopefully, again, that makes sense. Sorry to get all.
No, I think it's fine. Honestly, I think since especially when we were talking about this, maybe when we say therapeutic, it could just be, again, kind of putting yourself, and you even mentioned this, Esme, like putting yourself in this situation where, you can be in that safe environment while also experiencing these very difficult things going on in the story. And that might be, like, not therapy per se, but it might be cathartic for them and helpful to get through something that they went through in their life, or, anything that they might have had issues with. So again, maybe it was something that was beneficial to someone, and you could have helped somebody in that sense.
I hope so. Like, there have been a couple of different videos where that's happened. It's just never been literally, I'm taking this to therapy. And it's like, oh God, no, you're not. Why? Why would you do such a thing? But honestly, I hope as a group, as we come more together and everything, these are things we can kind of get out there, as large messages, because I've seen those yandere videos where it's like, oh, Lamau, he threw you in a wood chipper, and there's no warning on it. It's no, hey, this is kind of messed up. Maybe don't date a guy that throws you in a wood chipper, So hopefully as we come together, we can kind of get out there and, be more beneficial to this audience we have. But talking, right, shut up. There we go.
Also, in regards to what Sam was saying, I was kind of referencing a way back question earlier on, not the current one, with what Esme had said before. Because we had talked a little bit about, like, the catharsis of people putting themselves, I guess, in that situation beforehand. But like I said, way back in the video. But anyways. And then we have Leica.
I can't top an answer like that. You guys got super deep, and here I was planning on being like, we need to write about mecha pilots and Power Rangers.
We should write about Mega Pilots and Power Rangers. That sounds sick.
I do think there is
No,
a
I
certain
mean-
lack of like hot-blooded anime-ness to these audios that we could benefit from in a positive capacity.
Himbo Power Rangers. Sorry, Blue.
Yes,
You'll have to deal with it.
Deal with all the things.
But I kind of agree that, like, let's use our powers for good too. That would be great.
And I think we need to sneak the positive messages like into something stupid. Because like people will notice if you make one that's like, you see a lot that's like F for F, GF comforts you for depression or whatever. But how about one that's like a mecha pilot? And then you kind of steer into that sort of territory, and then you steer back out. And people don't really notice. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
totally.
sneak a positive message into something stupid. That's
That's what I
going to
do.
reach way more people.
Heck yeah.
I kind of have a particular opinion, I guess. Not really just that, like, it's kind of off on a tangent where this is like a totally different thing that we're talking about here, but there's a lot of times where I've seen people put like very specific things, like they make a character like a monster character or whatever, or like they're in a particular setting but they don't really utilize the setting very much. Like, you could easily replace the character with a human and it wouldn't make much of a difference sometimes. So I think it's kind of important, especially if you're going to be writing in those types of settings, to actually embrace the setting and pretty much kind of focus on making it seem like you could not imagine this setting or like these characters in a completely different setting or as anything else. Because it's just kind of adding, I guess, like little things here and there to, like a Lamia script or whatever, like, or a vampire script, without actually making them sound like a like one of those things. You just kind of end up making it very gimmicky. At least
Hello,
to me
my name is
personally.
Steve. I am a drider. I am cool and normal.
Like that's the thing, you know? Like again, like you could write a drider or something, but I'm like, if they're not doing things that a drider would do, like why did you call this
Yeah.
character a drider, right? Like, you know.
Because I just wanted a big spider boy. Leave me alone. Now, I remember writing a script where I even put in that, like, he's just a drider married to a human lady. It's just domestic cuteness, but they had a shower that specifically was modified to accommodate him. It's the scenery. Let the scenery chew itself, people, and world build, because world building is fun. Like, why is a drider here? I don't know. Maybe he's like a parachute. Maybe he's in the mech and he uses his web to parachute down from the mech. That's awesome.
See, like, yeah, like, that's the thing, like, at least, like, kind of embrace the character, like, and what they are, and embrace the setting that you're in. Like, kind of make them do things that are unique to them, and not just something that a human could do. You get, you get me, right?
Yeah.
Anyways,
Just go nuts.
Yeah.
I you can always
fuck it.
dial it back.
Yeah, that's my whole writing philosophy. Fuck it. Let's just fuck it. Why not? Also, the wood chipper thing, I think we made a joke way earlier on
yes, we
about,
did.
like,
The wood
I was like, yandere husband throws you in wood chip, or some stupid crap like that, yeah.
Very
Sentient
extreme
wood chipper
yandere
eats your husband.
I know I'm ranting, but I do kind of love those videos for how stupid they are, because it's like, yandere husband shoots you, brings you back from the dead. Why do you have a yandere dad? Like, literally, there's one where it's like, yandere dad punches you in the face. It's like, why is my dad a yandere? Like, in what manner are we speaking? Oh, my stepbrother's a yandere too? Well, I guess I stay out here being in the basement. Ugh.
I don't know.
Gotta
Some
love
people
them,
like
though.
some very specific things.
I think it's hilarious. Like, the voice acting is never good enough to sell the intensity, so it sounds like a guy with a rolled up newspaper being like, "You get back in that basement or I'm gonna kill you again." It's like, alright.
Again. Kill you again.
Listen,
Very
I resurrected
specifically.
you once this week, damn it.
All right.
Anyways, right.
Let's move on to the next question.
Yeah.
Let me get my randomizer ready. Oh my gosh. Last one from Green Assault Do ASMR. What is so special or unique about ASMR RP compared to other forms of voiceover for VAs and literature for writers? Esme.
I mean, honestly, I think the biggest difference is just the focus on the person that is receiving the media experience and everything, you know? For me, it feels very much so like being in a movie theater where I'm the only one in there eating what I want and basically watching and hearing what I want to see, right? It's very personal. And I really like that, you know? Like, it's way more personal than really any kind of form of media in very unique ways. And if you don't like it, you just walk out of the movie theater. And you didn't spend like $80 at the movie theater for the popcorn, you know? Maybe you did. IDK. But it's honestly one of my favorite genres and everything, just because it lets you focus on the personality, the characters, the dialogue, and it invokes the imagination, which is such a powerful tool. Like, in horror, for example, the more you see of the monster, the less scary it becomes, right? So you keep that in the mystery, because anything in your imagination is going to be scarier than what they present, right? It's very similar here. It's like you picture whatever you want, right? It's probably cooler than how we imagined. But yeah, I love it. It's honestly one of my favorites. I don't know why we call it ASMR RP. There's not really a lot of ASMR, but unpopular opinion aside, next.
Yeah, we actually discussed that also, podcast, before this one, about the ASMR distinction. But again, we won't really go into that. If you want to hear about our opinions on that, check the other podcast, which is over 5 hours long, but you'll find it. I'm next on this. So the interesting thing about this medium is more so the challenge of trying to write a story from the perspective of one person, in the most standard sense of script writing, because I mean, we have multi VA scripts, but from the very basic idea of just a single voice, like you have to really be able to sell that not only this character is here, but that the listener is there and that they are giving answers to the speaker. And again, you can imply other characters existing as well, and it is a massive challenge. But I think a very rewarding one when you can pull it off well enough. Again, compared to something like traditional writing, you're not really given a setting. Like, even you can argue that you're not really allowed a bunch of characters to work with unless, you know, you want to put a bunch of more work on the VAs, like throwing in like 10 characters into one story. It's a lot harder, I think, to pull off comparatively to actual just, you know, like writing a book, say, for instance, where you can also describe the setting and everything else. Like with here, like you kind of have to work around a lot of limitations, I think. But yeah. Timeraft, what about you?
Yeah, kind of what you just said. I love how, like, it's like one of those black box theaters, you know, like you really got nothing to work with. It's like there's two people, only one can talk, you know, in the most basic sense of doing it. Maybe there's some sound effects. And it's so limiting, but like if you hit it just right, it doesn't feel limiting at all. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen there's this old show called The Prisoner. And the series finale of that is literally just the main character and the main villain are in a room, and the main villain is interrogating the main character. And it's just that. It's just these two guys for the entire hours. And it's literally the best episode in the series because they just hit it right on the head. Like the limitations can, if you do it just right, you can do so much with it. It's really fun.
And last we have Leica.
I'm gonna piggyback off that real quick. One of my favorite movies is Hitchcock's Rope, because of the way it has like 3 or 4 visible cuts in the entire movie, and it's the constraints really selling the gimmick. Being able to write something within limitations is actually weirdly freeing sometimes, and definitely what Esme said with the comparison to the movie theater. It's such a fascinating, like, I apologize. My brain has started to slink out of my ears, and I actually have to go as well. I'm sorry I pinged you on Discord a moment ago.
Yeah, it's no problem.
So I apologize for losing my mediocre voicing perspective.
It's
but,
fine.
Thank you so much for having me on.
Yes, it was a pleasure to have you on.
I will listen to the rest of this later, and y'all are amazing. Catch you later.
Bye, Leica.
Bye.
Oh boy, how are we going to answer all the VA questions now?
Maybe you should
answers
just save them for your 3rd episode.
Well, I mean, like I said, we are going to have the write-ins. We have not, at least, who's going to be sending those in. We also have Joyland Blah, who's going to be sending in answers as well through text that I will be voicing at a later point. But until then, let's try to get through through these questions. That's just
Like I
3
said,
people.
I'm down to answer whatever, even if it's
Wrong
not on the
answers only,
record. I
guys.
don't care. Yeah.
Yeah, let's do wrong answers only.
Wrong answers only. Here we go.
Also, this question is actually not one that was sent to us recently. This was one that we were not able to get to in our previous podcast, but I decided to add it here. This one is from Cupcat04. How much do you typically charge for a script to be written? How do collabs work exactly? And any advice for a newbie like me? This was actually a VA asking this, so this is going to be kind of weird answering. Wrong answers only, guys. Esme, you're first.
Okay. Let me see. How much do you typically charge for a script to be written? So the correct answer is I have my prices up on my Ko-Fi, but or Coffee, whatever the hell it's called. Or you can just reach out to me and we negotiate. The wrong answer is however much I can get away with before people realize I'm a gremlin. How do collabs work exactly? Poorly, usually, unless you've got somebody really good organizing it and people working together. This very easily could have been a disaster without Blue hosting, for example. And any advice for a newbie like me? Believe in your memes. Were those wrong enough?
Well, I appreciate the I appreciate that you all have confidence in my abilities to organize things.
Were the answers wrong enough?
I mean, again, we sort of answered this question earlier about the collabs. I'm probably a good person to ask about this because, again, like I said, I helped to organize that one big collab that we did for the White Elephants 13-person collab. Somehow we did it in a month, or about a month and a half, with a lot of the organizing, and I was hounding people all the time, making sure that we made deadlines. I make sure to do that in pretty much everything. Again, I'm very hardcore organizing in everything that I do in terms of, I guess, this community, not just that. I mean, again, I'm also a mod over there on the Discord as well, and I'm usually one of the ones to organize several of the events. I usually talk it out with our other mods as well and our server owner, Echo. But yeah, it's like pretty much, again, a lot of the answers I answered previously that you can check out in an earlier question. Timeraft, do you have any wrong answers?
Well, I already touched on what I do for commissions and stuff for back for question number 9 under Ashmoth. We've talked about collabs. And as far as I think for a new person starting anything, don't let perfection be the enemy of good enough. Or, like, 'cause you only know what you think. And something you can throw something out there that you don't think is that great and people will just love it. And you can throw out something that you think is perfect and it doesn't have as big of an impact, So just don't be scared to just throw something out there and see what sticks. I mean, the script that I wrote that got the most use, like by far, I wrote in like 2 hours in an afternoon. And I was like, I'll throw this out there, see if anybody likes it. So, don't let your inner critic get in the way of just throwing stuff out there.
But yeah, I think, again, it actually does kind of work for us, at least. Kind of a similar thing to VAs, I would say. Just, you can put yourself out there, see if you can find yourself an audience. I think that's the most important thing going into this. Next question is, I believe, for writers. This one is from Azrael. Do you find there's a particular time or place at which it's easier to write scripts? I'm first with this. So, not really a place per se. I mean, I write at home. I think that's kind of the simple answer there. I also, because of my schedule, I work, again, like a 9-to-5 job. So the only time that I really can write is at night. And I think that's also when I'm the most productive when it comes to writing. I would also do that before I was working. So, that's just me. It's not really, I guess, like some really big, like, oh, I have to be like in this particular place, like in this one particular seat in the part of my house, or I have to be in this one specific room or whatever. Just so long as, it's quiet, nobody's disturbing me, and I can think. I guess another thing I can say, I have this really weird thing where I can't be eating food while I'm writing. It distracts me too much, I think. I also can't really be listening to anything with like a voice in the background. Like I couldn't be listening to this podcast or our previous podcast or anything else. Like I can't be listening to ASMR while I'm writing a script. Because it just distracts me too much. I can kind of listen to music sometimes depending on if the energy of the music fits the scene that I'm writing. I don't usually do it, but if I feel the need to, I will. Same goes for not just music. Sometimes I'll actually have on like background ambience that I kind of imagine the script is going to have, just so I can kind of fit myself into the setting a little bit better. But otherwise, yeah, it's nothing too crazy. What about you, Timeraft?
Are we on
It's Azrael's question.
Azrael? Okay.
Yeah.
I tend to do mine in the evening, a little before I go to bed, just because that's pretty much the only time. Sometimes if I'm like really bored, I'll write a quick one out on my phone. I've done that before, but yeah, typically I'm doing it in the evenings.
And how about you, Esme?
Well, I write pretty much anywhere and everywhere I can. I sort of bounce between my day job to like 3 other jobs, so basically anywhere I can sit down and like just type, I just start typing. I prefer being at home since it's more comfortable and everything, of course, but I just try and get my words in when I can, to be honest.
Always. Just always try to get as much time as you can. Anywhere. Also, these last questions are actually specific to us. Again, unfortunately, 3 of the people who were going to be answering the questions are not able to join us for this because they had to leave. Though we already did get to one's question, but again, we won't get the ones for Fuyuki and Laika. So we will skip over to the one for Timeraft next. I believe it is the second one here. Yes. So this one's from Talia Wolf Audios. Which script took you the longest to write, and in your opinion, why did it take that long?
Ooh. I took a commission for like a hardcore horror one once, and that one was just kind of hard to write because it's just way out of my normal wheelhouse. Uh, I think that was an exclusive one, so I don't think it ever even got posted. But yeah, that was probably the hardest one I ever did. I had fun with it, but it just was very outside my wheelhouse, and I wasn't quite sure how to do it.
All right. Next one is the one for Esme. I believe it's check. I think it's this one here. Yes. So, what advice would you give for how to write a tsundere?
Oh, fun. Honestly, my biggest advice that I can give is that you should treat tsunderes like they're just mostly normal entities that are speaking a language that is entirely different from yours, right? So let's say, I don't know, it's an orc, right? You're a barmaid or whatever. You trip and fall, right? Now, in a language that would probably be more normal to you, he might meander over, help you up, and be like, oh gosh, sorry, are you alright? But instead, what he says is like, nice job, idiot, can you get up? He's saying the same thing, really, just in his language. That's honestly the easiest way I can say to do it, is it's like, they're coming over there, they want something, like, they want to sit with you at lunch, right? But instead of being like, hey, is anybody sitting here? It's like, oh, sitting alone again, idiot, might as well join you, I guess, right? Like, it's just a different language with them. It's a love language where you want to punch him in the face. If that makes sense. So, honestly, I would just say, write it like a normal romance or whatever, and then just kind of swap it around to that different language, right? And you can see the difference there, where it's like, oh, it's a surly old fisherman, right? And he's like, you best stay away from the water unless you want to drown. He's just worried about your safety. He's just being an asshole about it, right? He still cares. He's, So, yeah, write yourself like an English to Cinderella translation book or something, or hell, I might write one. But yeah, that's honestly been the biggest help to me, is just like, yeah, this guy's just speaking a different language.
I love that the translating from English to Syrian. I need to do that for villains. I need to do that for villains. Thank you for giving me that idea.
Sure.
The language of villains. One day I'll post it. I was actually planning on making a video about how to write villains, so maybe that's something.
I love villain translations where it's just like, go ahead, call your hero. It's like, wait, no, don't.
No.
Please. Please.
They have their own particular language that they speak. Sometimes
They're like
sometimes
they're like
dialects.
they're like Cinderella nerds in a weird way. Yeah, it's hysterical.
Tsundere is the best dere.
It's up there for sure. I can't. I like Bakadere. I can't help it. It's just like, I love you. Golden Retriever energy intensifies. But Cinderella's are great. Like, you're just like, oh my god, who hurt you? And it's like, nothing. I have a perfectly great family home. Why would you assume that? And it's like, because you just told me to drown, dude. And it's like, well, I'm just trying to help you swim. That's it.
I feel like I've heard the same thing again, also about villains. I remember somebody had posted. Actually, it was on Joska's Phil of my rehabilitating a villain parts 1 through 3. They're like, who hurt this person? I'm just like, oh my gosh,
Villains are so fun. I always love them. Because it's like they're awkward nerds that don't know how to act around other people, so they're just colossal. It's like, well, then I'm going to take over the government. And it's like, why? You refused to go to prom with me. And it's like, sir, that's not an appropriate response.
That's what I love. That's one of the reasons why I absolutely adore. And there's actually a question about villains coming up. The one for me, but I'll bring it up here.
To me, you might hate me for this, Blue, but to me, like, all villains read as like bratty bottom cinderella's, and I love them for it. Oh no, Superman!
But yeah, it's one of the reasons why I really love doing the villain civilian type trope as opposed to heroes, because it's really funny to see how, like, it's really funny to think about how a villain would try to act with the random person that they're not fighting. It's like the most awkward thing sometimes.
That's what made the first Despicable Me so fun, though, is it's like, yeah, he could just wait for his copy, or he could just pull out a ray gun and ice everybody. It's like, yeah, that logic. That right there. It's tsundere logic, but it's also bratty bottom logic, because it's like, I don't have time to wait for this ray.
Oh my gosh. But yeah. Anyway, let me get to the actual villain question from Talia. Is there a villain archetype you want to write but haven't written? So I kind of have two answers for this in a way. One, it was actually a discussion that I had in the Discord with somebody. I kind of want to write like a Jareth style villain, like, honestly, because like I was really into the whole Labyrinth thing. I really want to rewatch it. It's been like years since I've seen it, and I'm like, I want to write a Jareth character, and I feel like I have in the past, like, kind of, because again, he has that sort of like very suave but very manipulative type of personality, right? Like that vibe. Like, I love that in villains. It's so, again, like, you feel the charisma, but you understand that they're doing something awful to you, but you're still cool with it, you know, because they're just so charismatic. As for my other answer, it's less about an archetype itself and more so about, I guess, how much I want to build up on the character. Something that I love in villains that I wish I could do in this medium a lot more, but again, going back to one of our other questions where it's challenging to be able to have all these characters in one story and expect VAs to pick it up, is like, or at least one of the things that I want to do is have like this really big backstory for one of my villain characters, because that's what made me fall in love with a lot of villains in the first place, because they have these really cool backstories for how they became the way that they did. but it's so hard to pull that off in the ASMR RP setting because it ends up becoming like a plot dump. It's like just like or exposition dump, like where like I don't want to be hearing this character just ranting about their backstory to me like the whole time. Again, I think it would be easier if it was in a medium that wasn't this, like where I could learn these things about this character, not when they're talking to me like right in front of me. Like what if I learned it from somebody else, like, or in a lot more subtle way. And maybe it's just me, like I feel like I really need to work on myself, maybe like on how I can pull something like this off. But I feel like if I am gonna do something like this, it's gonna be a very, very long series.
Have you ever seen Monsters vs. Aliens?
No, I have not.
There's a bit at the end where the villain's kind of going into his like tragic backstory while he's transforming, but it gets cut off every single time he like actually starts to devolve. It's super duper funny, and it is 100% a technique that could work because he's just like, I was born on the planet of fades out.
Yeah, like
my mother was, it
like
was so funny.
Like, as a comedy, it works, but if I'm gonna try to pull this off in like the most serious way possible, it's gonna be a huge challenge to do that. But again, it's something that I strive to be able to do. I don't know if I have the talent to do that just yet, but again, I'm gonna try to do it at some point.
I believe in you.
Thank you. But yeah, so that's actually our last question. Again, thank you all for joining us for this second podcast. It was a pleasure having you guys. Again, unfortunately, 3 of our members had to drop off partway through. But again, like I said, it was great to be able to have them answer all the questions that they were able to get to while they were here. And again, thank you, Esme and Timeraft, for being here. Again, huge honor to have you guys here, and we're excited to have our third one eventually. I actually have some people in mind that I want to bring on for our next group. We've also had more people coming in and expressing interest in wanting to join us, so hopefully within maybe the next month or two. Again, it's really dependent on my schedule because I host this and I run the channel next to Echo and Ash. But yeah, so we'll see how things go. I'm gonna try to also work things out so that we can have people come in on the weekdays for ones who work on the weekends. I totally get I work on weekends sometimes, so it can be a challenge for some people to come in on those days. But yeah, we're going to try to get more people to come on as well. And if you guys have any suggestions for who you want to see, feel free to reach out to us as well. Again, if you want to join us as well, reach out to us over on the Discord. Tell us how much you want to hear from XYZ person, or if you want to join us as well. Again, like I said, we have a couple people who have expressed interest in really wanting to join. So... and again, don't fret if you are not chosen for the next one. We're going to have a bunch of these. I'm going to try to get all of you in. But otherwise, yes. And like I mentioned before, we are going to be having the write-ins and voiced-in submissions for several other writers and VAs who were not able to join us for this one. But again, like I said, kind of expect it maybe within the next 2 weeks or so, and we'll be posting it to this channel. But yeah, like I said, thank you guys for joining us. Anything, Esme, Timeraft, you want to say before we head out?
Not in particular. Thank you everybody for, joining in and listening to us jaw for a bit and everything. Hopefully we'll see you in the Discord. Like I said, reach out if you have questions. And yeah, thank you so much for hosting, Blue.
Yes, no problem. Timeraft, anything?
Yeah, just take care of yourselves out there.
Well, yeah. All right. We'll see you guys next time then. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right.